Welcome, everyone. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you all for coming out this morning. My name is Krista Johnson. I'm the director of the Center for African Studies here at Howard University, and it's a delight to welcome those of you who are with us this morning in person, and then, of course, to our virtual audience who has joined us as well. This is, of course, a very important conversation that we're going to be having today in the run-up to the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit. I'm really very happy to be co-hosting, our center is very happy to be co-hosting this event in partnership with the Global Pan-African Movement and also Syracuse University. And I want to certainly thank our co-partners and sponsors for all of their hard work in bringing this together. Of course, I think there's probably no better place to be having this conversation than at Howard University. Howard has such a rich and long tradition in engaging and, in fact, really being at the forefront of many of the important and critical Pan-African debates and conversations that have been had really over the past century. Not to give you an entire history of our great institution, but we certainly have a tradition of faculty and students who have been not only writing and engaging critically on issues of imperialism and hierarchy in the international system, critical engagements with U.S. foreign policy, but of course also have built strong and lasting linkages with activist movements, liberation movements, and other practitioners of liberation on the ground. So it's in that spirit that we welcome, of course, this conversation and debate here to Howard this morning. Unfortunately, as you all know, it coincides with the end of our semester, and so our students are hunkered down finishing their final papers, and so we don't have as much of a turnout as we would like. But I just really want to assure everyone that the campus of Howard University remains really a hub of activism and critical engagement around these Pan-African issues. I, of course, as a faculty member, am intimately engaged with this new generation of young, dynamic, Pan-African, African diasporan students who are informed, who are engaged, who are willing and ready to critically engage around these issues. So I think that the future of the movement is in very good hands. And I'm sure they will look forward to listening to our conversations, as this is, of course, also being recorded. I want to turn it over now, though, to our really the organizer of this event to give some welcome and some context for our discussion this morning. Julia Lynn Walker of the Global Pan-African Movement, please.
And welcome, everyone. It's fantastic to be able to be back in DC. This is my first trip since, let's say, pre-COVID. You know, everybody's pre-COVID. But it is essential that we recognize the historic importance of this event, that we prepare something, and that we be part of a dialogue that is really essential to the discussion for Africa and the diaspora movement today. So I welcome you. Many of you are individuals who have played various roles for not years, but decades, dare I say. And some others, as Dr. Johnson mentioned, are newer to the struggle. But each of us in our various ways have a role to play that is significant. So for those of you who are not familiar with the Global Pan-African Movement, what I wanted to do is briefly walk through our concept note for you so we can contextualize the day as we see it, and help to provide some discussion or context for discussion as we proceed with our panels. And so I want you to say that first, our mission overall is to educate the general public, anyone who is interested on issues that are pertinent, relevant to global Africa, that is the African continent itself, as well as people of African descent, wherever they may be found, in whatever culture, speaking whatever language, and do this through whatever mediums are available today, whether they be public forums, whether it be online discussions, whether it be documentation, et cetera, or even videos. We have all this new technology today. So this forum, this symposium today is part of that concept. And we consist of activists and allies who have been involved, yes, for many years in addressing the concrete reality of the lives of Africa and African descendants. So what has this meant? For 2022 alone, we have issued statements concerning foreign intervention in Haiti, in support of the Ukrainian people, in support of the election of Luis da Silva in Brazil, and in support and against the Western occupation of Haiti, and provided a public forum on the 2022 Kenya elections with former Chief Justice Dr. Willie Mutunga. And each year we host a forum on African Liberation Day with a theme relevant for that year. Now we are at a time of reflection, generated in part because the US government has decided to host this summit that will, as they say, demonstrate the US government's quote unquote enduring commitment to Africa and to underscore the importance of US-Africa relations and increased cooperation on shared global priorities. So we really, throughout the day, have to understand what are the shared global priorities. And so, as stated on the government's website, these shared values are reflected in being able to foster new economic engagement, to advance peace, security, and good governance. And we'll come back to this again and again. To reinforce a commitment to democracy, human rights, and civil society. To work collaboratively to strengthen regional and global health security, to promote food security, respond to climate crisis, and to amplify, for the first time really, amplify diaspora ties. And to do this through education and promote youth leadership. Is this doable? Should we trust these statements? As clearly articulated in our concept note, we think the answer is no. We have seen the US administration, since the ending of the human trade, announce support for democracy, peace and security, and good government in one breath, while actively ensuring that the military and strategic interests of the US capital accumulation, and white supremacy gain traction. From the division of the conference of the continent at the Berlin conference with no acknowledgement of the actual humans involved, to the assignment of Southwest Africa to South Africa in violation of the League of Nations mandate, to the British suppression of independence movements throughout the 50s and 60s, to the heinous cooperation of the US in the killing, the assassination of Congolese leader Patrice Lumumba, to US alignment with apartheid South Africa, to the current destruction of Libya, the interests of the African people have been subsumed in favor of the US military and finance interests. We see these as negative outcomes of US policy. We see this as concrete evidence of the US in actively destabilizing African nations and the institutions that they have established. While the US purports not to be a colonial power, it actively collaborates with the colonial forces of France and Britain, among others, to collectively oppose decolonialization and full self-determination. I'm going to start skipping some. Can we, the activists and allies who have addressed these issues through forums, marches, and direct action, make a difference? Absolutely. 8 years ago, former President Barack Obama hosted an African Leaders Summit in which the focus was to be AGOA, the Growth and Opportunity Act, YALI, Young Africans Leadership Initiative, and PEPFAR, the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. But in order to qualify for AGOA, the applicant country must, my emphasis, be working to improve its rule of law, human rights, and the respect for core labor standards. Yet no such constraints exist for here in the United States. YALE was launched 3 decades ago to support young African leaders as they spur growth and prosperity, strengthen democratic governance, and enhance peace and security across sub-Saharan Africa. Yet when the UN attempts to apply these same standards to the United States, for instance, you can see the 2021 report of the International Commission of Inquiry on Systemic Racist Police Violence against people of African descent in the United States, the US strenuously resists. PEPFAR, touted as the largest commitment by any nation in history to address a single disease, supposedly shows what is possible through, and I quote, compassionate, cost-effective, accountable, and transparent American foreign assistance. Yet, according to the World Health Organization Africa Regional Office, the WHO Africa region is still the most affected region in the world, with 25.7 million people living with HIV as of 2018. The Africa region also accounts for almost 2/3 of the global total of new HIV infections, with about 1.1 million affected most recently in the Africa region. If this is accountable and transparent American foreign assistance, we can only imagine what could be achieved with unaccountable and obscured foreign assistance. A newer initiative is Power Africa, designed to bring together technical and legal experts, the private sector, and governments from around the world to work in partnership to increase the number of people with access to power. That's a good thing. But what is stated is that central to the provision of electricity projects is, and I quote, African-led reform. Africa's power sector will not advance without policy reforms and improved governance. Our teams will work with African governments to fill critical needs gaps and engage in diplomatic dialogues that drive reform. Electricians engaging in diplomatic dialogue? Okay, but on the fact sheet, for instance, for the Congo, no mention is made of the river that, if electrified, could provide power to 2/3 of the continent. But we have electricians engaging in diplomatic dialogue. We can clearly understand then, in this context, why activists of the Black Lives Matter movements promote the value of African and Black life as the most important value that links the people of Africa to the US. George Floyd's assassination by the police resonated around the world, reinforcing global responses to institutionalized racism. Activists from London to Cape Town, Rio to Sydney supported the US activists and used the BLM lens to interrogate their own societies. But now a key objective for this summit is to amplify diaspora ties. Amplify diaspora ties. Given all the language discussed above with respect to good governance, it is clear that the US is unwilling to focus, for instance, on reparative justice, not reparations, but social transformation, not improving the rule of law, but anti-racism that comprehensively informs US-Africa relations, not a program of technical assistants who are often also diplomats. Amplified diaspora ties cannot be code for follow the money, and establishment by means by which to track and tack such funds. Amplified diaspora ties cannot be code for follow the money. We're also concerned about the youth who are increasingly involved with the direction of their respective countries, our born frees. It is predicted that within 8 years, African youth will constitute close to 50% of the population and Africa overall will be 25% of the global population by 2050. So the youth, the born frees, they experience global culture, but not the global economy. They're impacted by the global economy, but they are not effective participants. And they are responding with political engagements in Algeria, Sudan, Nigeria, and South Africa, among others. They are the ones who need to be brought to the table. They are the ones who need to be given voice in opposition to the placeholders who are expected in Washington this week. In the US strategy towards sub-Saharan Africa, which was released a few months ago, it is stated that it is impossible to meet today's defining challenges without African contributions and leaderships. We agree. It is impossible to meet today's defining challenges without African contributions and leadership. We disagree on how that will happen and with whom. So when we look at the objectives for the week, we realize that the cat, it really is out of the bag when we look at the executive summary. Because what they say is, and I quote, "This strategy reframes the region's importance to US national security interests." And Secretary of State Anthony Blinken affirmed that Africa will shape the future, and not just the future of the African people, but of the world. Yet the African Union, established as the OAU in 1963, is mentioned only in passing, without interrogation of the key strategies that the AU has developed over the past decade. Okay, we have a task. Our shared task is to come together as Africans and African descendants, regardless of constituencies, whether as single issue or multi-focus organizations, to reflect on the present conjuncture of US-Africa relations. We as GPOM would like for this reflection to occur through the designated panels on militarism, where we examine the role of US foreign policy with a particular focus on selected countries, food, health, and climate, where the commonalities affecting our African communities are explored, coercive diplomacy, where the acts mentioned above and others are closely examined, and then we close with Pan-African alternatives, where we share perspectives for the future. Each session should provide language that can be recognized, that recognizes that many of the struggles of this time, including racial inequity, poverty, politics, health, and human rights, are inextricably linked. I missed something. I missed something, sorry. Okay, anyway, each session should provide language noted by the chairs of each session that will be used for recommendations for the final plenary of the day. So please, as you raise questions of the panelists, as you have thoughts, as you make notes for yourself, think about what should we do coming out of this process, because without further action, it becomes a talk session, which may inform us, further develop our knowledge, but we really want action moving forward. So I want to end on that note, say thank you very much for coming. In terms of a few housekeeping matters, you are free to bring the coffee and pastries into the room. Please be careful. If you spill, clean up. The restrooms are back to the left by the elevators. Instead of turning right, turn left. And we will move to the first session on militarism, and I will turn the mic over to the chair for that session. Thank you very much, and please, we're looking forward to the day.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. Welcome again to the Global Pan-African People's Intervention on the U.S. African Leaders Summit. This People's Intervention is one opportunity to clarify the real relations between the U.S. government and African peoples. The topic for this panel this morning is militarism. We're going to be historicizing U.S. foreign policy and discussing how current U.S. militarism, conducting police trainings, and supporting other repressive forces continues to perpetuate European and North American imperialism and resource extraction in Africa. It props up repressive neo-colonial states and produces violence, killing, and death of African people everywhere. We hope that from this conversation, we can later develop a resolution regarding the issue of militarism in the current U.S. strategy for Africa. Our presenters for this panel this morning are Professor Justice Willie Mutunga, who will be joining us from online, Issam El-Khorgili, a scholar in Libya, Maurice Carney, and Netfa Friedman. And I'm going to just briefly introduce them before they launch into their talks. We request that you hold your comments until the end of the panelist presentations. Each of them will have about 12 minutes to talk, and then we will take questions at the end. I am Sophia Edwards. I'm with the Global Pan-African Movement North America, and I'm chairing the session. So our first panelist, Professor Justice Willie Mutunga, served as Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, the Republic of Kenya, from 2011 to 2016. He is Adjunct Professor of Public Law at the Kabarak Law School in Kenya. Issam El-Khorgili is a Libyan PhD student at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign in the Department of Educational Policy, Organization, and Leadership. He researches Libya's modern history, state ideology, and education. Maurice Carney is co-founder and executive director of the Friends of Congo. He has served as interim Africa Working Group coordinator while he was special envoy to Africa, and has provided analyses of Congo for Al Jazeera, All Africa, Democracy Now!, and a host of other media outlets. And Netfa Friedman is started at the Institute for Policy Studies as director of their Social Action and Leadership School for Activists from 2000 to 2010. He's currently the events coordinator for other IPS projects. He's also an organizer in the Pan-African Community Action organization in DC here, a grassroots group of African and Black people organizing for community-based power, and serves on the coordinating committee of Black Alliance for Choose. So thank you, welcome, and we look forward to the conversation. We will go in order of the program. And so Professor Justice Willie Mutunga will start us off.
Good morning, comrades. It's 6 p.m. here in Zanzibar. I've just come from the site for the slave market in Zanzibar town and seeing the Anglican church where the auctions took place. It's a town that reminds one of its occupation by the Portuguese, the Oman Arabs, and finally the British imperialists. I wanted to comment on how our
Professor Mutunga, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. So shall I continue or you want me to start all over again?
I apologies. Could you start all over again?
Okay, yes, I'll do that. Good morning, comrades. It's 6 p.m. Well, 6:30 p.m. here in Zanzibar.
Sorry, Professor Mutunga, do you have video, or because we can't see you or anything? Is that,
Yeah, I tried the video and it wasn't working. So it was interfering with the audio. So I thought I would just
just speak?
speak, yes.
Thank
Because
you. Proceed.
the Wi-Fi is weak here in the hotels. That's why I haven't put on the video, right?
Thank you. Please speak.
Yeah, so I was saying that I've just come from the site for the slave market in Zanzibar town, and also seen the Anglican church where the auctions took place, and the town itself reminds one of its occupation by the Portuguese, the Oman Arabs, and finally the British imperialists. Now, I was asked to comment on how our constitution, progressive and transformative constitution, has become a site for struggles for its implementation. And that constitution, in this constitution, we are using it to demand robust public participation in our foreign policy, in our trade pacts, investment agreements, agreements on the use of military facilities, and reparations for colonialism. Now, our constitution and Article 1 decrees that sovereign power is vested in the Kenyan people, and they can exercise it directly, where the executive, for example, is not transparent and accountable. And the Kenyan people can delegate to the arms of state organs and state institutions that sovereign power. They can also withdraw that delegated sovereign power. So the judiciary has become a site for these struggles, what we call in Kenya public interest litigation, has become an ideal constitutional tool, for these struggles. And I wanted to just touch on some examples that pertain to the relationship between Kenya and the US. In United States, Kenya strategic trade and investment partnership, which is called STIP, we are demanding from the state to have a team of experts to negotiate with the Americans as part of the participation of the Kenyan people. Now, it is the United States, or this STIP was launched on 14 July 2022. According to the Office of the United States Trade Representative, under docket number USTR-2022-0008, this is what I've read. Under this initiative, the two governments will pursue enhanced engagement, leading to high standard commitments in a wide range of areas, with a view to increasing investment, promoting sustainable and inclusive economic growth, benefiting workers, consumers, and businesses, including micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, and supporting African regional economic integration. As the two governments develop a roadmap for the initial issues under the engagement, the Office of the United States Trade Representative is seeking public comments on matters relevant to the specified trade areas, including US interests and priorities, in order to develop objectives and positions for enhanced engagement and subsequent negotiation. The US government subsequently outlined 12 points of negotiations that will be engaged in with the Kenyan government. And these points include agriculture, anti-corruption, digital trade, environment and climate change action, good regulatory practices, micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, promoting workers' rights and protections, supporting the participation of women, youth, and others in trade. Now, if you are following the comment line open by the US Department of Trade, I want to draw your attention to one comment. The US-Kenya STIP agenda includes several policy domains in which Kenya would be required to make concessions from the developmental perspective, particularly so if these negotiations are influenced by corporate interests that seek to lock in limits on public interest policies and impose hands-off approach to regulating the digital economy. For instance, in contrast to the United States, Kenya already has enacted privacy and data security policies that would be undermined if a prospective STIP includes the sorts of free flow of the data guarantees big tech demands and has obtained in some past pacts. Others are querying whether this STIP is another push of big tech to tap into cognitive skills of young Kenyans to use them as cheap labor for artificial intelligence sector of the US economy. All of us know how difficult it is to bargain with the US government. The US government has superior bargaining power, but this is no reason to surrender to its power without resistance. And our constitution decrees we bargain in the national interest, however powerful our partners are. The constitution also decrees participation of the people in transparency and accountability. And needless to say, Kenya has brilliant economists, trade experts, lawyers, political scientists, and entrepreneurs that can give us a powerful engine to negotiate in the interests of the country. And there are some considerations that if we had such a team and we're demanding it, that can take into account in the national interests. One, bilateral trade between Kenya and the USA is not as significant as the trade between Kenya and the members of the East African community. Indeed, Kenya trade with the US is estimated as US dollars 321 million, while Kenya's trade with Uganda alone is US 300 million. Now, will STIP undermine the trade and economic interests of Kenya and East Africa? Will the US interest in STIP be antithetical to the goals of economic integration in Africa as outlined in the objectives of the East African Community and African Continental Free Trade Area? Is STIP not a slight modification of the free trade agreement negotiations between the Trump administration and the Kenyatta government that started in 2019? What have we learned from the Africa Growth and Opportunity AGOA process? Will this STIP reset qualitatively what is being traded, or is it simply to export more cut flowers to the US? Will STIP provide for the investments required to strengthen the Kenyan entrepreneurs who want to invest in DRC to manufacture electric vehicle batteries? The Kenyan government should, from the outset of the negotiations, be clear whether tariffs are on the table in the negotiations. Is it not true that the military relations between the US and Africa are the primary focus of the US foreign policy in Africa? Does Kenya support the new US strategy towards Africa that is speaking of the so-called Sub-Saharan Africa? Will STIP be a sidebar to get AFRICOM accepted by Kenya and East Africans? Will our experts be able to lobby Congress about our national interests in STIP negotiations before any law is passed? Now, all these issues now are being taken up in what I've called public interest litigation, besides STIP, with the issues of GMOs, the other investments like the Chinese ones, so the standard gauge railway, these agreements have been made public, and the debates continue about the authenticity of the agreements made accessible to us. And Article 35 of the Constitution, we can demand access to information of state dealings. Now, there is also the issue that is in the courts, and that's the issue of reparations. And here we clearly argue that British stole our land, and through the independence constitution imposed a willing buyer, willing seller principles to betray the Mau Mau War of Independence that fought for our stolen lands, resources, and our freedom. And given the fact that it is not constitutionally possible, for these ancestral lands to be returned to the communities themselves have turned to public interest litigation out of jurisdiction of Kenyan courts and within the Kenyan courts themselves. The Kipsigis and Atalai communities have filed petitions in the European Court of Human Rights for reparations. The Mau Mau veterans sought reparations for torture and got, nominal damages. There are suits being filed, in the UK and Scotland against the British multinationals that are, violating constitutional provisions on slavery and servitude. Now, I give these examples just to emphasize that we come to an era of, global solidarities. I think Krista talked a lot about these solidarities among Africans and African descendants, wherever they are, in fighting for reparations and fighting for our resources, our land. We realize, in the case of Kenya, that unless we invoke our constitution, these investment contracts, trade pacts, etc., will go the usual route of, corruption, where our leaders don't represent national interests at all. And that's why, as I started saying, we are using our constitution as a site, for these struggles. And that's it. That's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Justice Mutunga. We'll move on now to
Can the people online hear me? That's the question.
I think so.
I don't think they can chat.
Can the people online hear me? If you can type in the chat or in the webinar or,
How about a thumbs up?
okay, wonderful.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to see, the shot can also see you speaking and that screen. If you want to do that, or you want to just.
I'll stand here. Stand here. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, wherever you're joining us. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. Also, Professor Willie, for what is very meaningful intervention. I will be briefly speaking about Libya and US imperialism, which is very long history. Depends on the Libya that you speak to, they will say a different story. But I am centering the concept of imperialism, which I will also spend some time defining. And that's also important because a lot of people may mention it as a concept related to empires of 100 years ago, not a contemporary issue, unfortunately. Pedagogically, I always do this overview. I'm not going to talk about the past 70 years, but highlight again the intersection of Libya's foreign relations and how it's being contested with the US and vice versa. From the independence, the confrontation of 1969 to 1999, a multiple world order moment that was possible, but that didn't, come to fruition, and then the current state of neo-colonialism that Libya exists in. I put this painting of USS Philadelphia, which is a ship from 1799, when the US ships, they're starting doing their expeditions, they call them, and they would destroy the Olympic shore. The people in the Marines today, they sing every time they're singing their hymn from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, and they're referring to us, Tripoli, not Tripoli, the Tripoli in Libya. And this is enshrining the political history of the United States in their imperialism. And so they will always remember what they have done and what has happened to them. And we should also be doing the same. When Libya received its independence in 1951, and I say received as opposed to fought for it, it was granted to it by Britain. And when it was done, when that was done, foreign military bases existed in Libya. So when the Arab-Israeli War, the Suez Canal War happened, and then the other war that happened in 1967 against the Zionists, military bases in Libya were used to kill Arabs. And so Jamal Abdel Nasser, the Pan-Arab Egyptian leader, said, we hope that Libya increases its national wealth because Britain is renting Libya's spaces. But we also wish for Libya that it removes foreign military bases. So this was the question of national sovereignty. Our land is being used for foreign interests to offset what we want to actually achieve through our national project of sovereignty and liberation. When the regime change happened in 1969 with the revolutionary command, the first thing that happened were the removal of US and British bases, the nationalization of oil, which commemorated that early 5 days ago, and then also the massive contribution to the Israeli-Arab War, where the Zionists were defeated in 1973. That was kind of our national project, but it wasn't confined to the Arab region only, it was also extending elsewhere. So this is the Foreign Relations Committee at the Congress. They're writing about the current foreign relations back in the 70s, so 1976. With a fanatical zeal, considerable political skill, and $70 billion yearly oil revenues, Gaddafi pursues the goal of Arab unity in a radicalized Arab world, both as an end in itself and as a necessary precondition for the destruction of the Israeli state. In addition, as a good Nasserist in the Third World War, he has given high priority to extending Tripoli's influence in Africa, propagating the Islamic faith, and promoting revolutionary programs and regimes among the countries. So it was not an Arab country acting for the benefits of Arabs, but it was also a liberation project that is a collective. So South-South relations, essentially. And that was also extended to Europe. where eventually Libya was framed as a terrorist state because it was supporting the Sandinista movement in Nicaragua. It was supporting the IRA in Ireland. And if you walk in Ireland today, you'll see something like this in the street. They're still remembering the connection between liberation, Libya, and also the Irish people. Now, this is the interjection that I want to make. I'm not on the term imperialism. I study education, and so not necessarily political theory or history, but I've noticed that the term is usually ill-used in terms of it's something being outdated. Whenever I bring it up, they say, oh, this is just some populist slogan said by third world leaders. It's not. It still exists today, and these great scintillating individuals have done it. So Michael Hudson, Kwame Nkrumah, and Vladimir Lenin. And it's not an expression of military prowess, and it's not about colonial onslaught, in my view. It's first and foremost a financial term to describe the means in which the relationship of dependency remains intact and unchallenged by all means necessary, including military. And so it is first and foremost economic term. And I'll explain why that's the first thing. So Libya, when it started to engage in this confrontations with the West, US bombed us in 1986, where more than 50 civilians died. Nobody talks about them, and this was all with thanks, Reagan. And then there were the Lockerbie allegations that imposed harsh sanctions on Libya. That was very crippling, where import and export was banned and isolation. And the only people that stood with Libya were not the Arabs. It was the Pan-Africans. People, select countries in Africa that stood with us. And so that led to the African Union, and which is not a Libyan project. One has to acknowledge that it's an African project. And Kwame Nkrumah spoke about it, and people in the African Congress spoke about it for 100 years before this happened in 1999. It did just happen to be in Libya. There was a push for it by Gaddafi and some of the allies, but that was the situation. So some people like to glorify too much Libya's role. Yes, but it just started in Libya in 1999. Libya, after having a rapprochement with the West in 2003, all of its assets were unfrozen. It was able to engage in political diplomacy freely. And then you see Tony Blair, who's now Sir Tony Blair for the war crimes that he committed in Iraq. And also you see people like Anthony Giddens debating democracy, representative democracy versus direct democracy, with Gaddafi himself. So this was kind of the intellectual, even individuals from the London School of Economics were engaging with Libya. But Libya was not necessarily doing this. They were not buying French weapons, engaging with US economy. They just freed the assets so they can engage in a different world order, or what we right now we're listening to this new term, multipolarity, multiple poles in this world. And I give always this example, and I think the book by Maximilian Forte highlights this very well, Slouching Towards Sirte. That Sirte was a milestone of independence. So Libya wanted, for example, to build a railroad that connects all of the coasts of Africa, starting from Sirte as the Africa Gateway. And it wanted to build it not from British or French or American companies. They did it with Russian Railroad Company and China Railroad Construction Corporation. And that really angered the Americans when you had Vladimir Putin meeting Gaddafi and signing this deal, and they did not buy any weapons from the French, they bought with the Russians. So it was Libya investing in a different pole. They don't want the IMF World Bank, they're saying potentially something else, something beneficial for both of us. This was a leak from the US cable embassy, and they're saying the fact that an operator with Bechtel savvy and deep pockets was ultimately unable to secure his contract serves as a cautionary tale for the many US and Western companies seeking to enter Libya's booming market. This is what imperialism is. When you don't give them contact, when you decide to choose who you want to engage with, they don't like it. So what happened in Libya in 2011, our assets, billions of dollars that were in foreign Western banks are all frozen. And they're frozen to our very day now. And they're being used as Mahmoud Mamdani in the African Awakening book, as opposed to Arab Spring. Again, realigning Libya with Africa. He said that all of the billions that Libya has in the United States, they're frozen and being used as interest-free loans. How many years since 2011? 11 years with interest-free loans. So this is more than $40 billion of frozen assets that are being used. And they're doing the same trick with what's happening today with Russia. So they have mastered the plan. They've tried it on us, right? And what happened in Libya is a horrific story. And we all know what happened to the black, dark-skinned Libyans. Libyans are Africans, and where most of us potentially look like me, but there's also a lot of black Libyans who are from Libya, and they were attacked and slaughtered in the streets, unfortunately. And that kind of, because they were framed like this. You have Libyan protesters who look like me, and then you have Gaddafi, who has no legitimacy. He had to import so-called mercenaries to fight off the protesters. And so when the protesters were attacking black Libyans, eventually what happened was they're saying, oh, he's importing mercenaries to kill black Libyans. And so now it's a fight between light-skinned Libyans like myself and then black-skinned Libyans, but they call them mercenaries. And so then comes the call of, oh, dear NATO, come save us. Right? And that was the intervention in 19 Security Council. And then also you had the Swedes come in who are not part of NATO. And you had the functionaries of imperialism, UAE and Qatar. And I say functionaries because they are functionaries. And this is Althusser's term. And their mandate also was violating a lot of things. They're supposed to be just providing no-fly zone. But they imported, the CIA imported the Green Islamic Fighting Group. Comrade Horace Campbell has this quote in his book, Global NATO. What the terrorists could not do in the 90s, they did with the help of NATO in 2011. And that's also the unipolarity, finance as warfare, where Hillary Clinton was emailing Sarkozy thanks to the work of Julian Assange. We know that they increased their influence by removing Gaddafi, so they could actually, Northern Africa becomes not only Europe's neighborhood, this actually becomes part of Europe almost. So the gradual destruction of Libya led to people like these. So the picture on the left is reminiscent of what happened also in 2014 in Ukraine, when we have McCain and Nancy Brown, I think that's the first name, taking pictures with radicals. And this is a person, Hakim Belhaj with McCain. And then you have the CIA asset in Libya, Khalifa Haftar. And he is the head of the Libyan National Army, the contradiction. He spent 20 years-ish in Langley, Virginia. So these are the heads, the influential figures. And I'll be wrapping up soon. So Libya is very interesting anything. And I apologize, I thought the space might be bigger screen. But what this timeline shows us that beginning of training of Libyan Coast Guard in 2015, and I'll explain why that's important. But the Libyan National Army is buying Russian equipment. It's not using American equipment. It shoots down AFRICOM plane in 2019. AFRICOM joined in 2006, and I was also tried to be recruited by the CIA to about the big story. I said, no, don't worry. Yes. And then also the foreign push was trying to cancel national elections because of controversial figures. So the state of Gaddafi's son was running. They decided to cancel elections. And again, the National Army bombs the AFRICOM plane in 2022, a couple of months ago. So Libya, before, it used to defend its territory from all foreign influences, and this is what neocolonialism looks like right now. The outsourcing of defense of Europe to the Libyan Coast Guard. So right now, Libyan Coast Guard is not defending Libya from weapons, drugs, or whatever coming from Europe, or Turkey particularly. They're actually defending Europe from migration, from drugs, and this is the outsourcing. And this is what also the strategy of the summit is, to consolidate these plans. And this is also the functionaries of imperialism. This is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Libya, who graduated from George Mason University here, CIA space, yes, who is writing these things about Meloni of Italy being a progressive woman. And then she's writing this condolences to Her Majesty Queen, sense of responsibility and inspiration for us all, forgetting what she has done in Kenya. And then she's completely silent about the AFRICOM killing 11 civilians in Libya. Nothing is being said about that. I end with this, the issue of sovereignty. It's very important for us Africans. That's what we decide with our land, water, and airspace. And the story of Alex Saab, who was flying from South Africa to Iran, to Venezuela, and the AFRICOM stopped him and abducted him on African land, is something alarming for all of us. And I quote what Malcolm X said: "The revolution is based on land. Land is the basis of all independence." Thank you.
Thank you so much for that powerful intervention. We will now move to Maurice Harley, who is also joining us from online.
Please, if Maurice could,
Are you able to hear me? You can hear me, but you cannot see me. The host will have to enable my video. If that's not possible, I can go ahead and start with the audio low. Please
we
let me know.
can't, we can hear you, but we do
Okay.
not have a a video.
Okay, the host has to enable my video, but that's fine. As long as you can hear me, I can go ahead and speak. Thank you very much to Professor Campbell and the rest of the team for inviting us to speak at this forum regarding the Congo in particular and the Great Lakes region of Africa, especially as it relates to U.S. policy in the region, certainly over the past quarter century or so. As you know, the United States has different types of engagements, not only in Africa, but throughout the globe, where they use their soft power or their hard power in order to meet their strategic interests. And as it relates to the Congo, at least over the past 25 years or so, the United States has opted primarily for using its hard power, but through its proxies, its agents or its subcontractors. And two of the key agents of U.S. imperialism on the African continent, the president of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni, and president of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, both of whom have kept the Congo and the region in a death trap for the past 25 years. With the backing of the United States as it relates to training of their militaries, provision of equipment, giving of financial resources, intelligence, they have waged a 25-year war of aggression and plunder against the Congolese people. They invaded Congo twice in 1996, and then again in 1998. Both those invasions led to what the United Nations says is the deadliest conflict in the world since World War II, where, according to the International Rescue Committee, estimated 6 million Congolese have perished as a result of the conflict and conflict-related causes. Half of those are children under the age of 5. In addition to the invasions, we see that both countries have occupied the Congo itself. They have fought each other on Congolese soil in the so-called Six-Day War in 2000, where the militaries of Rwanda and Uganda fought each other in the strategic city of Kisangani, killing 1,000 Congolese and injuring scores. And they're doing this all while they're, in the case of Rwanda, extracting coltan, illegally extracting coltan, a key ingredient for all of our cell phones and electronic devices. And they extract it and sell it to multinational corporations. In the case of Uganda, it's timber and gold. In fact, the scale and the scope of their plunder of the Congo as a middleman led the United Nations in a series of reports in 2001, 3 reports where they say they, both Kagame and Museveni, the godfathers of the exploitation, the illegal exploitation of minerals in the Congo. We understand that, that they serve as agents and they're not the end users, because they transport those raw materials and ship those raw materials to Western corporations or to the Middle East. And what they've done, really, if you look at how the state itself, the Congolese state, was designed, and for what purposes it was designed by Europeans in the late 1800s, it was designed strictly for extraction. At the time, of course, it was rubber and ivory. And this extractive process led to or resulted in an estimated 10 million Congolese that perished from 1885 to 1908. And that framework, that extractive framework, has not fundamentally changed. What has been relatively new is that now you have Africans who are joining in that plunder. In fact, Museveni himself infamously stated that the Congo is a banana plantation. You go in and get what you want. So that framework of Congo being a outpost for extraction remains intact, and probably the crystal clear example of that is the estimated 90 million people that live in the Congo, its inhabitants. 70 million of those live on less than $2 a day. 70 million, according to the World Bank, live on less than $2 a day. Meanwhile, you have a gentleman by the name of Dan Gertler, an Israeli, who's become a billionaire because of his relationships with the Comprador class in Kinshasa. He has one mine, copper cobalt mine in the Katanga province, where he's netting, this is according to an article in Vanity Fair that was an expose that was published in May of this year. Dan Gertler is netting $20,000 an hour. So here it is that you have an estimated 70 million people living on $2 a day or less, and one individual who has access to mining concessions, making $20,000 an hour. And for those of you who'd like to learn more about that is your article was published in May of 2022, and it was entitled "Forget Gas Prices. The Billionaire Clubs Run on Cobalt Says Everything About Our Battery-Powered Future." And in this battery-powered future, Congo is central to that, in that the cobalt that is found in the Congo represents half of the reserves on the planet. And Congo itself produces more than 2/3 of the cobalt that is used to power our batteries, and that will ultimately be used to power the green revolution. If you add up all the or the renewable energy revolution or green energy revolution, however it's the advocates characterize it, and if you add up all of the cobalt that's produced in the world, all the countries are producing cobalt, they don't equal to what the Congo itself produces. So we see Congo being strategic as it relates to resources that are vital to the functioning of modern industries, whether we're talking about the technology industry, as the case with coltan, we're talking about the electronics industry, we're talking about now the auto industry and the move to establish electric cars as the common mode of transportation. California and the state of California itself, by 2035, they look to phase out all combustible engine and have only electric vehicles running in the state. So Congo looms large as it relates to major industries throughout the globe. And that puts what's unfolding there in the heart of the African continent front and center as it relates to geostrategic interests. Now, I shared with you how the Congo's neighbors, and in the case of particular Rwanda and Uganda, have engaged in the country in terms of destabilizing the country and for their personal interests, the individuals at the head of those states, and for their governments. And if we look at historically how the Congo has been viewed through a Pan-Africanist lens. Now, mind you, these leaders, Kagame and Museveni, they'll tell you that they're Pan-Africanists, and they are concerned about the continent as a whole. But if we look historically at how Pan-Africanists have engaged the Congo, especially looking at the 50s and 60s, we see that figures such as Kwame Nkrumah, Modibo Keita, Sekou Touré out of Guinea, they all sought to support the re-engineering and the redesigning of the Congo so that it's not solely an outpost for extraction, but rather an organized state where the people are the primary beneficiaries. And in that framework, they sought to support Lumumba's struggle for a free and liberated Congo. And in their idea, their conception, and their efforts to establish a United States of Africa, and Kwame Nkrumah lays this out, they saw in his book, The Challenge of the Congo, they saw Congo as being central to the industrialization of the African continent, to the development of the African continent, to the advancement of the African continent. They saw Congo as being central to the Pan-African project of the United States of Africa. And in The Challenge of the Congo, Nkrumah laid out how he had an agreement with Lumumba where Congo would serve as the capital of the United States of Africa. So we see a clear distinction between how the Pan-Africanists that we hold in high esteem and seek to emulate, how they view the Congo, how they engage the Congo, as opposed to today's would-be Pan-Africanists, so-called Pan-Africanists. In fact, Touré himself sent André Blouin, who worked with him, Pan-Africanist sister from the Central African Republic, who worked with, organized in Guinea to reject de Gaulle's referendum, where Guinea said no to being a part of remaining a part of France. She was a key organizer in that effort. Sent her to Congo to work with Lumumba. Félix Moumé out of the Cameroon was also dispatched. So we saw how Pan-Africanists of yesteryears sought to support Africa or Congo and its development into the United States of Africa. So today, with Museveni and Kagame, what they've done, for all intents and purposes, is to join the colonizing class in the plunder of the Congo. They're seen really as the key agents of neocolonialism on the African continent. And chief among them is certainly Paul Kagame, who is in the news for recently resuscitating the so-called M23, which is basically a proxy militia for the Rwandan government. And they were defeated over a decade ago in 2012, 2013, by a Pan-African force led by South Africa, Tanzania, and Malawi, who functioned as intervention brigade on the part of the United Nations, beat back the M23. And that's part of a pattern that we've seen over the past quarter century, in that when ever Rwanda and Uganda step up their aggression against the Congo, the recourse has been to the Southern African Development Community. We saw that in 1998 when Rwanda and Uganda invaded for the second time. Angola, Namibia, Zimbabwe all rallied at the request of then President Laurent Desire Kabila to beat back these neo-colonial forces that were trying to exercise undue influence over the Congo. We see today where Kagame has stepped up his war of aggression and plunder against the Congolese people. Although the president, Tshisekedi, has responded vociferously in terms of his rhetoric, he may have made a strategic mistake in that he has sought refuge not in the Southern African Development Community. He sought succor not out of the South, but rather in the East African Community, the EAC. And which is rather perplexing because two of the key aggressor nations against the Congo, Rwanda and Uganda, make up the EAC. And Tshisekedi has relied on Kenya in particular, where Kenya has deployed forces to Goma, the main city in the east, to defend that city of 2 million inhabitants, which was occupied and taken over by the M23 in 2012. And former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, has been throughout the Congo and Kinshasa and to Goma to meet with leaders, meet with the people, and has been designated as a special envoy for the East African community to help in trying to bring about a resolution to the latest destabilizing effort on the part of the M23. And East Africa has, as one of our speakers mentioned before, major economic interests in the Congo, especially Congo being serving as an outlet for natural resources coming out of the Congo to the east. They have their banks that have been recently set up in Kinshasa. And Kagame has been, Felix Tshisekedi, the president of Congo, has been close with Kenyan leaders. But we don't see that being a viable option for bringing about the kind of stability that both Tshisekedi and his collaborators in East Africa are looking for. What we've seen is that they may be reluctant to move on Kagame and even Museveni himself because they're part of that East African community. And the obstacles are also playing on the international level at where they have been for the past 25 years or so, where the crimes that have been committed in the Congo by Paul Kagame and Yoweri Museveni have received diplomatic and political cover from the West, from the United States, from France, from Belgium. In fact, the Catholic Church in the Congo organized nationwide demonstrations this past week. And one of the declarations that came out from the church was quite striking in that they called out the West not only for its duplicity in the way it is dealt with Rwanda and Rwanda's aggression against the Congo, but also its complicity. And they named the United States in particular. They named France. They named Belgium. They named these countries that have covered for Paul Kagame and for Yoweri Museveni. And in fact, that cover has resulted in the tremendous suffering of the Congolese people. And Kagame himself has played that role, that subcontractor role to the hilt. We see one of the leading voices today calling for a dialogue while between the Congolese and the Rwandans is Emmanuel Macron of France, President of France. At the G20 meeting in Indonesia a couple weeks ago, he called on, refused to say that Rwanda was responsible for the M23 uprisings in the East and fueling of conflict in the East, and just call for a dialogue. And you can understand why France would do that, because Kagame is not only of the service of the United States, but also France. So we see in Mozambique, where Rwandan troops had gone in to confront so-called terrorists there in Cabo Delgado. However, if you look closely, you see that they were there primarily to protect the French company Total and Total's interests, oil and gas interests in Mozambique. So Kagame serves the interests, the strategic interests of a coterie of Western nations. That was the case of France. And even in the midst of this aggression on the part of the M23 backed by Rwanda, we see that the European Union just disbursed some $20 million to the Rwandan government for its activities in Mozambique, which drew the ire of Congo's Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Denis Mukwege. He won a Nobel Peace Prize for repairing women who've been victims of the wars that Rwanda and Uganda have led against the Congo.
Sorry,
my time may be running short.
It is.
Yeah, so let me just wrap up and say that what a key challenge for us, or here in the U.S. and in the West, is one, to confront the narrative that comes out of the Entebbe Agreement from 1998, Bill Clinton, where they presented Kagame, Museveni as Renaissance leaders, new Pan-Africanists. We need to cut through the propaganda and present a different narrative, the narrative of plunder, a narrative of wars or aggression, a narrative of agents of neocolonialism that has not only destabilized the Congo and set Congo back, but as long as Congo is destabilized and not self-determined, it will be setting Africa back. So that's one of the big challenges that we have in order to confront these agents of neocolonialism with a different narrative in educating the masses about what's truly unfolding in the Congo and the geostrategic interests that are at play.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And last but not least, we have Dr. Friedman from the Black Alliance.
Thank you. I hope it's all right that I thank you. Good morning. First, on behalf of the Black Alliance, for Peace, we would like to thank the Global Pan-African Movement and the Howard University Center for African Studies for this humble honor to address the people present here today. As was said, my name is Dr. Freeman. I'm an organizer in PACA, which stands for Pan-African Community Action. And PACA is a member organization of the Black Alliance for Peace. And I think this is an important starting point because of the work that the Black Alliance between the Black Alliance for Peace and its member organizations. There are several, not just PACA. A lot of them focused on localized domestic repression of Africans in the U.S. And many of them, and then Black Alliance for Peace, or PAP, pans out and makes the national and international connection. And it's inspiring that the conveners of today's Global Pan-African People's Intervention on the U.S. African, I'm gonna say it, Comprador Summit, have political insight, ideological clarity to recognize that central to resisting imperialism in Africa is AFRICOM, U.S. Africa Command, and how this reflects the repression of the non-white working class within the borders through things like the 1033 program, 1033 and 1122 program, that militarized domestic police. Now, the Black Alliance for Peace sees the U.S. Africa Comprador Summit taking place here as a collusion between the United States and the world's leading colonial power, the world's leading colonial power, and the African leaders who serve as their junior partners and agents. They're coming together to advance and maintain U.S. dominance over Africa. U.S. civil society, claiming to act in the best interest of Africa, has a long list of things they think should be addressed at the summit. Like the Summit of the Americas held earlier this year, they attacked Eritrea and Zimbabwe, who they did not invite, and pretend that the U.S. has honorable, hopeful plans for Africa. They do all of this to hide the real U.S. role in Africa and give legitimacy to the U.S. interests they've come to serve. On the heels of Human Rights Day, which is held every December 10th, Day Human Rights Day, they convene to undermine the human rights of African people while ignoring the historical record of the U.S. in Africa and the geostrategic interest it is committed to upholding. The proceedings, side events, invitations, and public relations campaigns are designed to secure greater control of Africa's abundant resources for U.S. national interests and the interests of international finance capital. The U.S. claims that this summit will, quote, demonstrate the United States' enduring commitment to Africa and will underscore the importance of U.S.-Africa relations and increase cooperation on shared global priorities, end quote. The Black Alliance for Peace steps forward to expose such statements as disingenuous lies meant to cover up the United States' malicious intentions. Historically, the United States historically, the United States was and is the primary beneficiary of the genocidal capture, transshipment, and enslavement of African people, which is responsible for the presence of Black people in the United States today. At every turn, the USA has attacked, vilified, and tried to destroy every effort to free African people from various forms of oppression and exploitation. The U.S. worked hand in hand with the white supremacist European colonization of Africa, and when the people's resistance became too much for Europe to control, the U.S. took over as the new colonial masters by establishing the neo-colonial, neoliberal strategy that they come here to strengthen. Since the end of World War II, both the Democrats and Republicans have engaged in a vicious process of destabilizing African liberation movements and undermining African sovereignty. Democratically elected leaders such as Patrice Lumumba of the Congo were assassinated by the CIA. Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana was overthrown in a CIA-orchestrated coup. These are only two of many who fell victim to U.S. government meddling. The U.S. waged a proxy war in the Congo with the assistance, we just heard Brother Maurice talk about, proxy war in the Congo with the assistance of Uganda and Rwanda, and in Somalia and Ethiopia from 2006 to 2009, followed by sustained drone attacks of Somalia under the guise of fighting extremists. The U.S.-led NATO war demolished Libya, murdered Muammar Gaddafi, and killed thousands of Libyan citizens who they claimed to be protecting. The need to understand and make the connection between what happens in Africa and what happens to Black people in the United States is paramount. The same forces that killed Gaddafi also killed Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and Fred Hampton. The same U.S. intelligence agencies that overthrew the governments in Africa destroyed civil rights organizations like the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and Black Power organizations like the Black Panther Party. When we see these links, we can see the U.S. African Leaders Summit is about U.S. domination of Black and African people everywhere. Today, the U.S. Africa Command, AFRICOM, partners with 53 of the 54 countries on the continent of Africa, for the sole purpose of robbing Africa of its resources and exploiting the labor of the African masses. In one form or another, hegemony of Africa has been the policy of the USA for centuries, and there is no reason to believe that these policies and practices will change as a result of this farcical U.S. African Leaders Summit. One clear goal of the U.S. Africa Leaders Summit is to challenge the inroads of the People's Republic of China, and to a lesser extent, the Russian Federation have made what they've made on the continent. the Democrat, Republican parties, and their corporate bosses want to halt their regional cooperation initiated in the Horn of Africa since 2018. They want to undermine anti-France and pro-Russian expressions among the people in countries like Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso, which are also invoking the legacy of revolutionaries like Modibo Keita, Sekou Touré, and Thomas Sankara. The Black Alliance for Peace wants to draw particular attention to the complicity of the mostly Democratic Party Congressional Black Caucus members over the role of the U.S. federal government in Africa. These people who claim to represent the interests of Black people in the USA and the U.S. sit quiet and in action, in active dereliction of their professed purpose to safeguard the rights and interests of Black and oppressed people. The Congressional Black Caucus are in cahoots with the African leaders who serve as the face of capitalism in the U.S. and imperialism in Africa. They are looking for cover in the U.S. Africa Leaders Summit. Over the next week, they will wine and dine African leaders, make speeches, convene events, and make backdoor, under-the-table deals for the U.S. neocolonial, white supremacist patriarchal order. This summit is an insult to the people of African descent inside and outside of Africa and must be condemned in the strongest possible terms. In contrast, the Black Alliance for Peace is holding an anti-imperialist week of action. We have a table out there where there's information about it and other positions. We also have a statement that we devised about the summit, and it's out on the table. The week of action is to raise awareness about related to the real issues that must be addressed about U.S.-Africa relations. We do not seek a place at the table and believe that the table should be turned over. The Black Alliance for Peace calls for the dismantling of NATO, AFRICOM, and all imperialist structures. Africa and the rest of the world cannot be free until all peoples are able to realize the right of sovereignty and the right to live free of domination. We call all progressive and peace-loving people to join us in an uncompromising anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, anti-white supremacist, and anti-patriarchal movement for change. This is our urgent plea. If not for us, if not us, who? If not now, when? The Black Alliance for Peace demands are the complete withdrawal of U.S. forces from Africa, the closure of U.S. bases throughout the world, and the Congressional Black Caucus to oppose the U.S. Africa Command and conduct hearings on AFRICOM's impact on the African continent with the full participation of members of U.S. and African civil society. We ask that you join us this anti-imperialist week of action. Thank you. No compromise, no retreat. Black Alliance for Peace.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists for these powerful interventions. At this point, we would like to open it up for discussion, questions, comments from the audience. We have a second mic or
Good morning, everybody, comrades in arms. My name is Tiffany Wheatland. I'm a student at Howard University in the Department of History. I can't even say thank you, just we're grateful for the presentation, for the intervention. Many of you have spoken deeply to the intersections of U.S. imperialism and the continued plunder of the continent. And I suppose my question is really focused on response, particularly around the issue of painful strategic placement of Libya, the strategic significance of Congo and its resources. What are the pressure points as you each kind of see it in terms of maybe not so much pressuring our government, US government, but in terms of resisting continued intrusion of multi-colonial, neo-colonial, but in particular multinational interests of corporations on the continent. So, and I suppose what I'm getting at is, given the enduring nature of imperialism, how do you see recharting a path of autonomy that allows for sovereignty in terms of control over strategic resources and over relationships that we form with countries around the world.
We'll take a couple.
So, personally, in the context of Libya, one of the slides I took the CIA reporting what B.J. Rashad in his book called America's Libyans. That means the comprador class is, it has too many connections with foreign capital. That's its allegiance. And so when people speak of nationalism in the third world, unfortunately, it has no meaning anymore for these comprador class because they're tied to capital. That's what their allegiance is. In terms of strategic alliance, what Gramsci calls, I think it's difficult in the case, especially of Libya, because you have, on the one hand, the CIA controlling Haftar, and then you have also the Muslim Brotherhood being controlled by Turkey. And so Turkey is also a function of US as well. And so the question that I kind of always ask myself, who would be aligning for the sovereignty of Libya? It's none of those kind of global North countries or their functionaries. And Turkey, again, is part of NATO. I think it has to do something with Libyans having dialogue with themselves. And this is what the United Nations mission is preventing, unfortunately, from Libyans having dialogue with themselves. They fly them to Geneva, they fly them to Sweden, and they have these fancy dinners and like the summit right now. And they're selecting the elite to dictate the future of Libya. We have to fish a de-link, as Samir Amin calls it, de-link from this kind of global hegemony and construct something of our own. And this can only happen from the grassroots. I don't think any foreign nation has the capability of doing that. And lastly, recently the United Nations sent a new mission to Libya. And this person is, I think, I might be wrong, his name is Bakele, but he might, I think, from Cote d'Ivoire. Then the reaction from the Libyan, Senegal? Oh yeah, thank you so much. And the reaction from Libyans was, what is this African person gonna help us with? As opposed to Stephanie Williams, who was suppressing the Bahraini people when she was an ambassador to US and Bahrain. She was saying they were all listening to her. So this has to do also with internal racism that Libyans have towards Black people, and they don't see anything stemming from the African community, unfortunately. So again, it has to be something national coming from Libya, and obviously,
I think that line with where I was thinking. I think I appreciate the question. Pretty kind of complex, but it's a very important question. And I think one of the things that the history teaches us, I remember Malcolm X quote about history disqualified war officers. Look at where the enemy becomes most uncomfortable is when our people, our leaders in the organizations, establishing internationalism. Look at the organization of American Unity. Look what happened to different things. That's when they become most uncomfortable. Even a lot of times we focus on leaders, but actually the leaders, the things that they do that speak to internationalism is when they go after them. But at the same time, like Brother was saying, I think there's also something to be said that we have to remember that all politics is local. That means that the power is exercised in terms of people being able to organize on local level. And you use a very important term, power, control of our resources, things like that. Even for in the US, Pan-African Community Action, we see ourselves as organizing grassroots-based, community-based power on the local level in Washington, D.C. But we're Pan-Africanists, which means we also know we got to forge connections with the people around the world, right? I think it's important also for us so there has to be a rigorous program of not only political education of our masses, but that of building local power and dual power projects to contend with the imperialist capitalist or even domestic, contend it and discredit it. This is what has to happen, and that was a start, and then the trend. So we have to do that. And then we have to build turn people's assemblies, all that, and then a transcontinental project that pose and even on the continent of Africa, it's very complicated. We'll find that even, it's complicated in the sense that they do so much to obscure the nature of the real enemies. We find people taking up dictators, get this dictator out or that dictator out, but then, the dictator can be removed and then there would be replaced and the system remains intact. But still, it's dependent on, like Brother said, they depend on the ground not being able to communicate and establish ourselves as being on. We must be organized. I guess that's basically what I'm saying. Gotta be organized. Gotta be organized on the most fundamental level. We take control of our resources, and then we have to build that organization to a transcontinental massive. It is explicitly. Oh, this is the part that I'll say this and this. This might seem like maybe semantics stuff are small, but I think we have to, in terms of a psychological and ideological sense, get rid of Americanism. We are not Americans. We are colonized by settler colonialism. And once we understand that, it's even easier, not just understanding just us, but we have to build that understanding amongst our masses, that the same interests and the same, what AFRICOM is doing is how they see us in the United States. What they do to us in the United States with the militarization of the police and all that is how they see Africa. That's why they do it that way. And so the only difference between us and Africans born on the continent is that some had the land stolen from them and the rest of us were stolen from the land. But we are African people, and that central idea has to be gotten across, not just among those of us who are intellectuals and kind of, but it has to be enforced and ingrained into the people that organize grassroots, working class, mass level. And it also will help, people on the continent. That idea will just help us all.
I don't know if any of the speakers online have any responses as well to this question.
Yes, just quickly, this is Maurice. A few points. What I can show what Friends of the Congo has been doing. I think political education, popular education is key. And to the extent that the sister who asked the questions, those in the audience, those online, can support that effort, we'd encourage them to do so by visiting us at friendsofthecongo.org. Where they can be educated about what's happening in the Congo and the Great Lakes region of Africa, and also be a part of organizing effort. Consistent engagement is vital to our bringing about change and support to progressive forces on the ground. And there are a tremendous amount of organized forces that are in rural Congo and even in the cities. They can benefit from our support, from our financial support, from our material support, from our intellectual support, are being connected with them. And again, I encourage you to visit our website to be a part of that effort. And we have to put pressure on the US government, US foreign policy. We're in the process now of, again, mobilizing faith leaders, students, grassroots activists to lend their voice to putting pressure on members of the Congressional Black Caucus and members of Congress of the Progressive Caucus and the Congress overall. I think that's really key. It's not outdated. When our faith leaders and the students stand up and say they want to see a change in US foreign policy, we've seen it make a difference in the past. So I think we cannot leave that stone unturned. And finally, the engagement. We need to engage and support our alternative media, because it's through the alternative media that we're able to educate our local communities. Because the corporate media is fully in bed with the empire. So supporting our alternative media and assisting us in getting access to the alternative media, Pacifica Network and the host of other networks that are out there. I think that's vital for our organizing effort. We had just yesterday, on Thursday, There's an attorney in Washington by the name of Terry Collinsworth who's brought a lawsuit against the major corporations, tech companies, and auto companies, Tesla and Microsoft and Apple, for their complicity in child labor in the Congo. So that's an example of an individual taking an attorney taking matters into his own hands and bringing suit against major companies in the U.S. For their role in resource exploitation in the Congo in particular. So there are an array of tactics that are available and strategies are available at our disposal that we can, we can utilize. Then again, I encourage people to go to our website, sign up for the email list, and they can be a part of this effort to bring pressure to bear on U.S. foreign policy, and at the same time support those organized forces that are in the Congo throughout the country, who are doing incredible work to try and bring about change in the heart of the continent.
Thank you. We have one more question, two more questions before we go for break. So I'll collect these two questions and then give the speakers time to make just some final comments.
Okay, just a quick amen. Yes, we are African people. We are African people. We are African. We are African. We are African. People need to get that in their heads. It's very important because I hear folks talk about we, like Biden and us is the same. And that ain't the case. You said that Africa has partnerships with 53 of the 54 states. Can you give us some brief explanation of what kind of partnerships they have with different states, and what is the effect of African operations for that?
Thank you very much. My question is this. You talk about some of the fake Pan and back in the day, when Pan Africans were voting for socialism, every neo-colonialist claimed to be a socialist. When the imperialists began to go after someone and begin to assassinate them, first they assassinate their character and then humanize them. Should we as a movement begin to target certain fake puppets like the Kagame, really go after, put pressure, hard pressure on that part of tactical push?
I'm going to read a few questions from the online audience as well, and then the panelists can select which they want to answer. The first question we have from Kiwe by asks, so are you saying that for non-self-governing peoples still struggling for self-determination, that the machinery of state apparatus is no longer necessary or important? Question. Dr. Jill Humphreys asks, can any of the panelists offer concrete approaches to impacting the U.S. Africa policy, either through establishing or using subcommittees in the model of the Free South Africa movement, in addition to protests? For example, the role of Rwanda or Uganda. She also asks, how can existing civil society organizations in the U.S., Black community, African American community, be leveraged to engage in U.S. Africa policy and political education? And then Mark Neely asks, how are U.S. relations with Russia and China used as a basis and or guiding force for how the U.S. government engages African nations?
can take any angle on any of these questions. Maybe we should let, Comrade Willie respond if he has any points now. Oh, okay, so.
You wanted to read that I wanted to buy, but I could. But at first with the Apple one. It was basically half, so I want to do that one brief, but there's a lot to it. So the 54 out of so there's military bases on the African continent, direct US military bases, about 26 or 29 of them. But then there also what they refer to as lily pad bases. And that's basically, and then there's military relations, special operations forces, don't necessarily have to do with the base. But the lily pad bases are basically are almost like is the access to African military bases, US using other military bases that are on the and basically, and the other part of your question, and then there's just all of these operations that they're claiming fighting terrorism, extremism, and terrorism and violence and whatnot, which is a problem. But we never deal with what the presence of, and this gets to the second part of your question, is that it gives the appearance that the people who are causing the forces that are responsible for this problem on the continent are also the solution for it. That's what Africa does. The other thing that is, and more directly to what people may have noticed, talked about, that there's in the last couple of years, a series of coups d'etat that happened. And I've said, in response to this, and it's a very complicated issue, so I don't want to oversimplify what's happening with all of them. But one thing I think we should suggest that what AFRICOM has done, because you also have popular, unpopular leaders as a result of them just not, serving the interests of the people. They're unpopular. AFRICOM comes and trains people. They do all this kind of training. They're not giving them they're not providing emancipatory ideology or anything. Giving them Western indoctrination, right? But sometimes it doesn't hold up. But what it does do is create and embolden the military class that says, why should I, follow this comprador? We can take over, right? And they can even have the guy to the popular support of the people because the people wanted the person out. So it makes this complicated situation where it obscures the real dynamics of neocolonialism and all of that. You can see where France, there's a lot of anti-French sentiment in a lot of these other ways where they picked out France, but they don't have necessarily the same regard for the United States and Africa. So that's the answer to your question. I gave some to that. And there's a lot, so I don't want to be too. And there was some questions. I think, Brother Neil, your question seemed like it may be more for Maurice. So, anybody? But there was something that you read that I wanted to, I can't remember now. But it was one about Africans doing something around, I put people here, being able to change it.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah,
Well, there was one
one.
that, but then also in terms of the model of the Free South Africa movement. So
Oh, no, I remember that. It was somebody asking if I was suggesting no state.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't Peter says I want to act, I want to say something. It wasn't.
Sure. So, CP was asking, are you saying, I guess in one of the presentations, he's asking, are you saying that for non-self-governing people still struggling for self-determination, that the machinery of state apparatus is no longer necessary or important?
I kind of assume that for me, it seemed like it may have been. And so this is complicated. So the organization of people, political and economic organization of people is the state by default. And anarchists, they don't believe in the state structure and whatnot. But the state, as it currently comes on in Africa, by and large, holding in the grips of a global order, economic, financial order, financial institutions, and all of that. So while we definitely need to be organized in a way that would end up inevitably constitute a state, but the states as they're currently configured, and at least for the people who are serving the interests, they're using the state apparatus for something else, and we can't. That has to be completely overthrown and revamped. And see anything wherever they have revolutions, they even redid their constitution. You know, if we're going to liberate ourselves from imperialism and capitalism, then we have to establish something that's so separate, so remotely so disengaged from imperialism. It has to be socialist. It has to be about the redistribution of wealth. It has to be the nationalization of all the major things. It has to be universal health care, education, all of that imperialism will not allow, right? They won't, we have to constitute something completely different. And when we do it, it will be what's tantamount to a state. So I'm not saying, I can't say that there's no reason for a state. But at the same time, we have to delegitimize it and understand that what's in place is not going to serve us. It not be
Just quickly in response to both Mark and Neil. With Mark, the U.S. response to Russia has been to introduce H.R. 7311 in the U.S. House of Representatives, countering malign Russian activities in Africa Act. That bill has been one of the U.S.'s response in order to try and curb Russian influence on the African continent, whether it's through address the Wagner Group, Russia's presence in the Central African Republic. The U.S. is pushing that bill in the Congress as an effort, and really, AFRICOM, in a lot of respects, is an attempt to do in Africa. To confront China in Africa, where China, both the government and its corporations, are making great strides economically, in terms of mineral for infrastructure swaps, low interest debts, you name it. And neither United States or Europe can compete with that. However, the equalizer for the U.S. is Africa Command. We saw during the Obama administration where the U.S. military presence on the African continent increased some 2,000% or so, where those AFRICOM was developed coming out of the Heritage Foundation and its theoretical framework, and then picked up by Donald Rumsfeld and George Bush in 2008, inaugurated. It was the Democratic administration that put it on turbo. So I'd say those two over the past decade or so gives you a sense of how the U.S. is responding to Russia and China on the African continent. And to Neil, I think a key piece that we have to understand, and I don't want to make Congo all about Rwanda and Uganda, because there's so many more challenges that the Congo faces. Key among them is just this organizational deficiency, especially at the state level, and its inability to really exercise full authority over the country itself. And I have to remind folks, this is a state that was bequeathed to the Congolese. The Congolese didn't develop the Congo; they didn't develop it as a state. It was designed for a particular purpose that it continues to serve to this day. But as it relates to Rwanda and Uganda, and Rwanda in particular, propaganda is a major instrument that Paul Kagame has used, and he's done it strategically. He's ensconced himself in the Francophonie, which is the French counterpart to the Commonwealth. He's also ensconced himself in the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth meeting in 2022 was held in Rwanda. His former foreign minister, Kagame, that is, Louise Mushikiwabo, is the president of the Francophonie. So in being in these two institutions, he's put his estate at disposal to the West. So you'll find him being in Jamaica, and we applauded Professor Campbell for challenging, getting on Jamaican radio and educating the Jamaican public about who Paul Kagame really is. He's not a friend of Africans and not a friend of Jamaicans, and that he's responsible for murder and crimes in the Congo. And we see he was recently lauded by Mia Mottley of Barbados. So for us, strategically, it's so vital that you assist us, you work with Friends of the Congo and other Congolese progressive forces to be in these spaces, to be on Jamaican radio, to be on in radio in Barbados. We were just talking with media leaders in Belize, because Kagame was supposed to go to Belize earlier this year. So those avenues that are available to us, at our disposal, we encourage you to bring those to the table as we organize a popular resistance to this agent of empire. And it's not just a personalized Kagame, but he represents a particular type. And we have to demystify and deconstruct that type. The Blaise Compaorés, the Alassane Ouattaras, those who are really carrying water for France and Belgium and the United States and the UK. So that's a part of the work that we have to put in our popular education, in demystifying, deconstructing the role that these agents are playing, really, in holding back and retarding our Pan-African push, the fulfillment of the Pan-African project that the likes of Nkrumah and Lumumba and Touré and Keita carried out or laid out in the 50s and 60s. So I really can't overstate the importance of our putting in the hard work in being on those radios and being in those schools. And for you, those of you who have access to universities, to faith leaders, to media outlets, for you to bring those resources to the table and provide an avenue or platform for Congolese who are on the ground, or other Africans, to speak to the African world and share with you what the organizing they're doing on the ground, the challenges they face, how you can support them, and how you can be a part of the Pan-African project that is still very much alive, particularly among the youth, not only in the Congo, but throughout the region. We work with Ugandans, Rwandans, a host of other young Africans who are fully embraced Pan-Africanism and recognize the destructive role that some of these agents have played, and want to carry on the tradition of the Lumumbas and the Nkrumahs and the Tourés. So that's what I would encourage. And again, I would go to friendsofthecongo.org, sign up on our email list, and be a part of this movement that's unfolding in the heart of the African continent.
The first question, I think that it was related to how can we criticize these so-called Pan-Africanists, right? They are self-proclaimed Pan-Africanists, obviously. They're, by all definitions, by all textbooks, they're not. I think there's a fine line of what's one thing that we can learn from what's happening in Iran today and for the past 3 months is that there is this whole global push for, we need to stop the Iranian regime from oppressing women. And this is 100% correct statement. But it also comes with malign intent when you have the Zionists writing that way. You have Americans writing that way. They're saying, do it by all means necessary. Again, to change the regime too. And in order to change the regime, they create something alternative, which would be aligning with the new pole, something like pro-US, pro-West. So I think for us, as we strive to criticize, be it Kagame or Uganda and so forth, I think the goal is to also advocate for an alternative, that our voices should not be usurped by future imperialists, future neoliberals who are going to keep reproducing the same thing. And I think Noam Chomsky has highlighted this very well about the political economy and human rights. The human rights violations committed by Kagame, nobody cares about apparently right now. But if some socialist leader does them against the comprador class for espionage and treason and so forth, it becomes a big issue and they impose sanctions on that country and so forth. So I think we have to say no to these so-called Pan-Africanists, but at the same time, say what is our projected goal, right, behind this.
And then the second thing, which is very rough question of the national question, I think this is also a balanced book, but the national question in terms of its relation to minorities and those who are striving for self-determination. Almost, you have the Benedict Anderson, the postmodernists, who say the nation state should not exist. It's an imagined community, and we should remove all borders. But then that is also a leeway for neoliberalism, leeway for this US-Africa Leaders Summit, where they're inviting, oh yeah, military cooperation, economic cooperation, and so forth, that there's an obliteration of the national decision-making. I think the state's reform through a revolutionary means, as opposed to its obliteration, is one thing. So I can use the example of Western Sahara in Morocco. What's happening there, that is a nation state colonizing people, but they're not providing them, as Brother Netflix just said, with any socialist, projects, anything like that, where there's an equal redistribution of resources for the minoritized and oppressed Western Saharan people, right? What's happening is that the nation state is continuing using its means and its apparatuses to continue to oppress the people, and then also normalizing relations with the Zionists. Right. So the issue then becomes is that the nation state is being reactionary and in service of imperialism. So I think reforming the intents of the nation state is better than saying the nation state should be obliterated, because I think it's the existing entity, despite the fact that there was a construction by colonialism and the Berlin Conference and so forth. But I think that's the means of actually maintaining and reforming things for those former. It's contested answer, but
Please join me in thanking all of our presenters for this panel. We will take just a couple minutes break because we're running a little bit behind time. So stretch your legs, please get some snacks outside, and in 5 minutes we will come back. Our second panel today is food health and climate. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back. Welcome to the Global Pan-African People's Intervention and US African Leaders Summit. As we stated before, this People's Intervention is one opportunity to clarify the relations between the US government and African peoples. Our presentation for this panel on food, health, and climate are the following. First, we have Julianne Lynn Walker, who is a Pan-African food sovereignty activist based in Columbia, Ohio. She formerly served as chair for Global Pan-African Movement and as rapporteur for the 8th Pan-African Congress in Ghana, and with the local organizing committee for the World Conference Against Racism, Xenophobia, and other related intolerances in South Africa. Our second panelist is Oceana Aledu, is a professor of African Studies at Rutgers University, and she's online, past president of the African Studies Association, 2021-2022. Her research focuses on women in African Muslim society in the Republic of Niger and Kenya. Third panelist is Imani Contes. She directs the US Africa Bridge Building Project, a new initiative launched in January 2021. She has spent more than 30 years in US policy, foreign policy, working primarily with civil society groups, social movements, and governments in Africa. We request that you hold your comments and questions until the speakers are finished presenting. My name is Marie Nisbet of Global Pan-African Movement, University of Cape Coast and Syracuse University. Thank you, and please welcome our first speaker, Julianne Lynn.
Thank you very much, Mario.
And thank you those who were able to be here in person, as well as those who are online. Today is December 10th, International Human Rights Day. And it's very, it's relevant that we're reading today because the question of what is a human right is very important when we begin to talk about food. So for many Americans, basically when you talk about the Constitution, people look at, think about the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But what does it take to actually live, to have a good life? And when the League of Nations and then the United Nations were established, there was a distinction made between human rights and the social or economic or political rights. And unfortunately, the right to health, the right to life does not sit within the human right, except in a very specific conversation. So today we're looking at food as a human right and one that should be considered in that context. We're also looking at the intersection of the right for food with other rights. And there are some who say that if Martin Luther King had not been shot in Memphis, he would have been shot in Washington, D.C. Why is that? Because the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, had experienced a lot of discussion in the spring of 1968 in terms of, was it appropriate for a civil rights organization to begin to address labor issues, specifically the sanitation workers' strike in Memphis? And it is to Dr. King's credit that he not only agreed, but supported the notion wholeheartedly, because he recognized the intersection of labor, human rights, and civil rights. And so as we review this, we also recognize that very early, there's been discussion that environmental justice, environmental rights is not an issue for Africans and people of African descent. That somehow this is a middle class, or if you will, white right that is only relevant to certain people. And it is to Dr. King's credit, as well as a number of the activists who succeeded him, who joined the question of civil rights to environmental justice and recognize that the work that is done by all of us is an environmental issue. Where we live, where we work, where we play, and even where we pray. All right. So what are we looking at now? We're talking about environmental justice. It's to achieve two things: fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, class, national origin, or income, with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. So that everyone, regardless of where they live, should be entitled to the same degree of protection from environmental and health hazards and be allowed equal access to the decision-making process for a healthy environment. And as we move into the discussion around food, this becomes very important. Do we have equal access to the decision-making process to have a healthy environment? Currently, many people, for both the right and the wrong reasons, are focused on intersectionality, or the idea that all social justice issues are linked. This term was coined in 1989 when Professor Kimberly Crenshaw used it in an academic essay about how race and gender intersect in Black feminism. Although other activists, such as Dr. King, were proponents of intersectionality in civil rights and social justice, the link, the formalization of the link has been slow to develop. So as long as people of color, Black people, low-income communities, or people living in poverty, not just in the United States, but around the world, are suffering from the climate crisis, and we do not address it, then those who live in more predominantly affluent areas or areas that are characterized by other ethnicities, we will not succeed in combating the climate crisis without an intersectional approach. So now, when we talk about the impact of racial inequalities, one of the things that's been brought home very closely with me recently is the fact that for far too many people of color, the impact of environmental injustice impacts us even before we are born. And that for far too many African American women and African women on the continent and other communities, because of the impact of two main issues, air pollution and heat exposure, many women do not bring their pregnancies to term. So the children are either stillborn or they suffer premature labor or they're born as underweight babies. So without a voice at all in being able to address the conditions in which we're born, we're losing our future. Right? And so part of the discussion when we talk about bringing different groups into the conversation, we know that we really have to look at all vulnerabilities, even those we may not have considered before. And so when we talk about food, there's a scale of involvement specifically that goes from food security to food justice to food sovereignty. And we recognize that for many areas, particularly in the United States, and one of the questions was, what is happening on the ground? When we look at historically the issues around redlining, which has been the systematic placement of African people, poor people in specific communities around the United States. And then when people have been denied funding, be able to purchase homes or even to rent other areas of the city, that we look specifically, there's a thread of areas that have been redlined, to areas that are now suffering food insecurities, to areas that are also what are called heat islands. And so the areas that have been redlined and suffered underdevelopment, the areas that are food insecure because of underdevelopment, are heat islands because of underdevelopment. And the heat island concept is that because there are the high degree of the size of the buildings, the form of the buildings, and the inability to get fresh air to a community, and the lack of tree canopy means that many poor communities are actually 5 to 10 degrees higher for a food. And so this correlation between the historic redlining, to food insecurities, to environmentalism becomes very clear to us. So food justice is centered on providing food communities with access to healthy food within existing systems, while understanding that although the food system is problematic and exploitative, addressing limited gains is appropriate. Food justice is centered on providing communities with access to healthy food. So food justice activists, for instance, when we talk about our food insecurities, and that is, does a community have access to food within a 1 mile radius? And is that food affordable and nutritious? And the fact of the matter of that is that close to 50% of African American populations are food insecure because they do not have access to nutritious, affordable food within a 1 mile radius. And so very often the fight at the level is to have a grocery store. That's what's fun. Love fighting for a grocery store. Food sovereignty, on the other hand, empowers communities to fight food injustices through grassroots activism, and there was a discussion from the earlier panel in terms of what do we do, coalition building, while also recognizing that the food system itself is intertwined with the exploitation of marginalized communities and capitalist approaches to food production, distribution, and consumption. So one of the things that's happening that's very common right now is the free produce giveaways. And the free produce giveaways are really supporting, are firmly intertwined with the capitalist system of food production and distribution throughout the country. And so it's really, in the final analysis, not about providing nutritious and affordable food, even though it's free, because very often the food that is provided is not necessarily nutritious. It is not, even in terms of the distribution areas, it isn't necessarily provided appropriately, and it isn't necessarily food that people have the resources even to prepare, whether or not they actually eat that food, meaning is it a part of their diet. So there are a number, but at the end of the day, the food banks are taking tax credits from for receiving the donations. The corporations are receiving tax credit for giving the donations, and the agencies that are distributing are receiving benefit either deduction tax credits, but then through increasing their local profile so that they have access to grant monies or other supportive activities. But at the end of the day, there has been no fundamental change in the health status of the relevant foods. And I've gotten I'm 10 minutes in.
Yes.
So I'll do one thing. Okay. So part of the discussion also that we have to recognize is there's some people that have used the phrase food justice as racial justice. And that's sometimes used to underscore the importance of African-American relationship to the land and the fact that that relationship is problematic because of the trauma that has been associated with the land over time. And so in order to change the perspective, we have to be able to address the trauma. And we have to be able to do that sometimes in somewhat creative ways. One of the discussions that I would have linked more fully is that in the context of food sovereignty, how do we use existing mechanisms to also address reparative justice? And I just want to briefly bring to your attention the Justice for Black Farmers bill, which was passed by the Congress last year, and which for the first time recognized the role of the U.S. government through the Department of Agriculture and the Federal Farm Services Agency in denying Black people, particularly in the South, access to the land, access to loans, and access to technical assistance to provide to develop the property that they did have. And because of this systematic discrimination, the bill was passed, and it specifically called for, one, access to the land. And it said very specifically that there would be a fund within the Department of Agriculture that would allow any individual of African descent up to 120 acres, and the federal government would pay for that land once the individual had identified it. Then the HBUs, as well as other selected universities, tertiary institutions, would also provide a curriculum that would allow for people to learn farming. And then thirdly, there would be a context for technical assistance. This is important for us in the context of reparative justice because it really talks about transforming society and society's resources in the interest of addressing this particular problem. And it is doing so in a way that allows people to be self-sufficient afterwards, as opposed to dependent on existing resource. And so this Mario is all right. right, let me, okay, I've got two other people coming. I don't want to set a bad example by going over more than I have. So I will stop here and say that, just to end to say that the discussion of food sovereignty does include a discussion around food justice. And it means that we hopefully will recognize not only the historic contributions that various African communities have made through the indigenous knowledge systems in which we develop specific food pathways on the continent. Much of that knowledge followed us through human trade here. Much of it has been incorporated through existing contemporary agricultural practices, and there have been specific individuals who made historic contributions. This is all part of the process that needs to be recaptured as we address the specific need to ensure that all of us have access to affordable, nutritious food.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now we move to the next presenter who's online. So this is Professor Osina Aledu. Please welcome our next presenter.
Hello.
Prof, you did okay, yes. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And I just want to begin by really expressing my gratitude to Professor Horace Gamble and Professor for inviting me to join this really important and timely conference. And also Professor Krista Johnson, our host, and Professor Nisbat, who has been very helpful, and all the panelists and audience. I'm grateful to be in dialogue with you. So I'm grateful to follow after the previous panel, which looks at really Congo, Libya, and the geopolitics. And then now the first panelist, Ms. Julia Walker, for really addressing the question of the tension between how to approach life, Black lives, African lives, from the point of view of food sovereignty and social justice, rather than looking at African and Black lives from the point of view of a manufactured crisis of food and the land dispossession. So the work that I do as a linguist is to look at how the humanistic data can complement social scientists' data, political scientists, and also human rights issues by looking at how African youth from both underprivileged communities, communities that have been dispossessed of their land, and whose children are pushed into a life of precarity through a treacherous migration across the Sahara and the Mediterranean Sea. How are the youth who remain try to capture the reality of life in Africa through the use of popular culture, particularly hip-hop songs and performances, and also other kind of communicative alternative. And I'm so glad that the previous panelist has articulated the need to really consider other kind of media platform in trying to capture African voices, Black voices, and our responses to issues of social justice. So the conversation I'm going to focus on is how African youth engaged in a popular culture are using that platform to articulate the plight of the majority of the population who are suffering from deprivation of public health access, food, and also vaccine nationalism inflicted by the global north, to see how in the reality on the ground, this condition is presented by these other social justice activists, who are the youth who are communicating and appropriating African vernacular communication strategies and global Black vernacular communication strategies to speak to the masses that are disenfranchised during the COVID pandemic, and also to call upon the attention of the global community through ethical framework of social justice. So because of the limitation of time, I will just quickly look at how what happens under condition of dismantling of public health services triggered by the imposition of neoliberal policies. What are the Africans, especially the underprivileged communities, how are they dealing with, how are they responding? What are the resources they have to respond to the health need during the pandemic? It is significant to look at the ways in which the songs articulate how Africans are resorting to African pluralistic healing practices, which include the spiritual, the traditional medicine, and also Western biomedical drugs when available, in their quest to protect themselves against the pandemic. It is important to highlight that more than 80% of African population cannot afford the cost of expensive prescription drugs, and in general do not have access to a public health infrastructure, even the COVID pandemic. As a result, they rely more on traditional healing practices. Although health care is considered a basic human right by the World Health Organization's constitutions of 2017, African countries have been led by neoliberal institutions to adopt reforms in the health sector that have caused the deterioration of a basic public healthcare system, where pushing for privatization, which has produced health inequalities and the stratification of healthcare services. Neoliberal policies focus on economic rather than health human rights. They have therefore produced a category of disempowered people whose health needs are subordinated to the market. The imposition of out-of-pocket payment policies have systematically excluded the majority of the underprivileged population, unemployed and low-income classes without the financial means to access privatized healthcare controlled by multinational predatory insurance companies. Salcerio and Retero have argued that, quote, neoliberal reform can be seen as a form of structural violence, disproportionately affecting the most vulnerable part of the population and curtailing access to basic rights, such as healthcare. Under such predatory health policy, the economically underprivileged result in massive numbers to affordable alternative care system rooted in indigenous plant medical and healing traditions. In line of this argument, then, Bogona Inyara, the executive director of Africa Europe Faith and Justice, further elaborates upon the structural violence of the structural adjustment program with regard to Africa. I quote, "In the last 3 decades, the international health and aid policies towards Africa have been disastrous for healthcare delivery and universal access. International health policies have resulted in expensive healthcare for the rich and fragmented, ineffective services for the poor. As a result, large segments of the population continue to suffer unnecessary casualties, pain, and impoverishment. The World Bank dismissed as irrelevant, quote, the provision of comprehensive healthcare in public services. Many intellectuals endorse this neoliberal perspective. And so as the pandemic, unfortunately, when the pandemic hit, then the African condition is such that the majority of the population who cannot pay, cannot have access to basic healthcare as themselves. So what about us? So it is these disastrous consequences of neoliberal reform of African public healthcare system is a violence against the common good. And again, I want to quote Irina here, who suggests that Africa will not reach already before the pandemic any of the healthcare Millennium Development Goals or objectives. The curbing of public health services to a limited number of diseases have been a failure, even in case of those few diseases like HIV/AIDS that have received a lot of investment. In Africa, nearly half of the population, 48%, still has no access to essential medicine. So when we look at, as Mr. Walker has mentioned, we should not really maintain a definition of human rights which does not include health rights and also land rights, because when we're dealing with the question of health in the face of diseases such as the corona or the COVID and HIV or Ebola, nutrition is very critical in combating the disease. So what happens where you do not have access to land and you do not have access to food and you do not have access to basic medication, and you have to be confronted with issues of this COVID pandemic. So because of the nature of time, I want to say that the lockdown, African governments have adopted a lockdown without also looking at the intersectionally, as this previous speaker suggested, that health and well-being through nutrition and through economic resources are very important to what are the material relief system put in place before the adoption of lockdown. This has not been examined intersectionally. And so when we examine the songs and the performances that these young African artists are the narrative that they're presenting, they present a narrative that deconstructs in a very significant way all these conditions of economic violations and social violation and of human dignity that very often is not presented in the mainstream media or in a global north engagement with a corrupt political elite in the African context. So the songs, the narratives highlights that, well, the COVID-19 is a disease that cuts across class and does not spare political elite who use the resources, national resources and revenues to hop in plane and go look for, to attend to their private health needs. In this case, the lockdown is also the lockdown on the political elite. So when you look at the political satire, the cartoons and the songs, those are the elements that this youth are highlighting. So social distancing, therefore, that's the lockdown, the social distancing and lockdown present a huge challenge to underprivileged population who must work outside their home. This includes the majority of people working in the informal sector as petty traders and as unskilled laborers. In spite of the warning about the presence of soldiers and police to reinforce the lockdown, the media have reported several violent confrontations in places like Nigeria, Niger, and other places between state security forces and some citizens who argue that they have no resources to feed their families and therefore cannot remain at home as required by the lockdown policy unless they receive government food and material relief. Nigerians continue to protest, for instance, in several cities, including Kano, Kaduna, Lagos, as well as other cities and towns, despite the violent response of the state's armed security, which led to the death of several people between March 2020 and April 20, according to the Nigerian Human Rights Commission to Reuters International. Well, Amnesty International has reported on the deprivation and death of prisoners in Kaduna State. Invoking compassion and understanding the plight of the economically underprivileged is what the artists note in their songs. And one of the lyrics, which I quote, says, "If the poor is asked to stay home, there is hardship with the lack of millet flour for the family meal of his wife and children, and his wife and children will not be happy." So the use here of millets as the staple food is a metaphor, using a vernacular metaphor to address the issue of food insecurity, which Ms. Walker has presented in the African-American context. It's not different from what the African on the continent are also experiencing. So looking at those lyrics will allow us to see the ways in which socioeconomic and issues of deprivation about land and access to water. The COVID pandemic is a pandemic that also requires access to water, and that the struggle over access to water has been really a critical dimension of injustices imposed upon Africans that need to be re-examined, because the extractive industries are appropriating water resources. Therefore, agriculture and agricultural spaces need to be addressed in this configuration. Thank you so much. I want to stop here for the purpose of time, so that we can have more discussion at the end. Since we are given 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Professor, thank you.
It's okay.
Considering the time. We perhaps will have a fruitful conversation after to add to the time, that limited time that you have. Okay, so now we have our last presenter, Imani Contest, and she's also on Zoom. So please welcome Imani Contest for the next presentation.
Good morning. I want to express a sincere thanks to Professor Campbell for inviting me to this event, and to Professor Krista Johnson and the Howard University African Studies family for hosting this event, and to Professor Nesbitt for his skillful moderating. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to share thoughts on workers and social protection, which is the theme that Professor Campbell asked me to discuss. And more importantly, I really look forward to listening and learning from my co-panelists, as well as the participants in the room and online. As was noted, I direct a small initiative, the US-Africa Bridge Building Project. Much of our work is focused on raising awareness of the impact of illicit financial flows from Africa and the devastating impacts of the debt crisis and unfair tax systems. These issues directly impact African workers. Illicit financial flows cost the continent an estimated $88 billion per year, monies that would have boosted government revenue for sustainable development. Tax structures that make it easy for multinationals, particularly those in the extractive sector, to pay little to no tax while demanding tax breaks from governments and local communities. The debt crisis that, along with tax and illicit financial flows, contributes to Africa's underdevelopment. And in this context of deep structural economic inequality, all workers are deeply impacted. And the ability of governments to adequately fund social protection measures, public health, social security, and social welfare programs is undermined. According to the International Labor Organization, African governments are politically committed to social protection. And in fact, many governments have protections built into their legislative frameworks. But the ILO reports that social protection coverage remains limited in Africa, where only 17% of the total population receives at least one social protection benefit, compared with the global average of 47%. That leaves 1.2 billion Africans without any social protection coverage. A comprehensive strategy is needed to bridge that gap. And the ILO and the African Union have come together to develop and launch a strategy. But unless that strategy includes a focus on industrialization, gender equality, and changing the global economic architecture that facilitates the exploitation of African resources, I believe that government's ability to institute meaningful social protection is limited. Regarding workers, first, I think it's really important just to talk a little bit about who we're talking about. I mean, in essence, we're kind of talking about everybody, right? Because we all work, right? Or we're dependent upon those who work. We're talking about people in formal jobs, those with employment contracts or agreements, who receive benefits and have some level of representation. And we're talking about informal economy workers who make up the largest percentage of workers in Africa. The reality is that if you don't have formal employment, you figure out a way, right? You make a way to support yourself and your family. And when we travel to the continent, we see the informal economy everywhere. Yes, in the markets and street vendors and cross-border traders, but it's not just the markets. The construction workers are mainly informal. There are small businesses that are informal, repair shops. If I, for example, go to Zimbabwe and if I'm living there and I need a table or whatever, I can go to a retail store, or I can go to an area in Harare where carpenters congregate and work. I can buy a table there from the workers themselves, or go to a retail store that sources materials from those workers, right? So some will call these workers in this part of the informal economy, they'll call them micro entrepreneurs. I think a more helpful designation is that many informal workers are entrepreneurs by necessity, right? As opposed to having some, deep driving desire to be a sole proprietor. Most informal workers would prefer to be employed with health insurance, pension, and a standard benefits package, but those jobs are few and far between. Some jobs in the sector are more precarious than others and skirt the edges of legality. For example, artisanal mining in many countries is illegal. And in some areas where it's legal or illegal, the mining tends to feed into corrupt practices, particularly in the diamond and gold sectors. Africa has a notable history of trade unionism, particularly instrumental during the decolonization and national liberation efforts. Unions and worker organizations played significant roles in those struggles, and probably COSATU in South Africa is the most well-known example. Today, Africa's post-colonial economy is weakened by neoliberalism and the enforcement mechanisms of the international financial institutions, backed by the power of multinational corporations, and the resultant deindustrialization of the continent have in many countries, marginalized unions and the workers they represent. But African unions exist and are finding ways to grow, to challenge governments, to use the mechanisms of the ILO and continent-wide formations to really figure out ways to represent their members and workers more broadly. That work, however, requires setting aside or expanding the basic foundations of the global labor movement. Foundational concepts historically have been based upon industrial relationships with a focus on working conditions, wages, and representation. Structures that are based upon a shared position within the organization of production. Approaches that in Africa are insufficiently grounded and that have lost ground to the reality of precarious and informal employment. One of the ways that laborers have mobilized is to expand the understanding of who's a worker, right? And how do you represent workers outside of industrial relationships? Unions here in the United States are facing similar questions in relation to what we call, we might call the gig economy, right? Which is the economy in most of Africa. Unions acknowledging the informality, the growing informality of work, have for more than 20 years organized to create community-based unions, informal economy unions, and have sought to kind of recognize their responsibility to work on behalf of unaffiliated workers and advocate for protections, conditions, and strong labor laws that advance all workers. Africa's deindustrialization and the growth of the informal sector are barriers, right, to the growth and stability of Africa's union. Another element that I think is really important to mention, it's internal to unions and to broader society, is gender inequality. You cannot build a house if 50% of the foundation is marginalized, violated, or harassed, and women are systematically marginalized in formal and informal unions and labor organizations. Union efforts towards inclusion and gender equality in formal and informal structures has been more talk than action. While women's work is more precarious, lower paid, and women bear the brunt of gender-based violence in the workplace and in society. In 2014, I worked for an international labor organization, and our team conducted a study that noted that there's wide awareness in unions of the need to advance gender equality, and there was at that time significant progress, but the results were, fell short of full equality, and that in order to achieve a higher level of gender equality, efforts needed the support of international actors as well as pressures from women workers themselves and from sympathetic male leaders. The study found that unions specifically had a tendency to accept only token representation of women's leadership, with a particular concentration of posts dealing with gender issues. In light of that 2014 finding, our team worked to develop 3 years of programming to explore how programs might shift power relationships in unions from the tendency to accept token representation to relationships where women have power, control, and ability to negotiate within union structures and with employers, particularly those unions that are dominated, right, by women. So following this 3-year effort, we did an assessment, and we were able to expand upon that initial study to note, one, like the success of the extraordinary woman, right? We've all seen and can identify women in every field who, because of their perseverance and their determination, and they just rise, right? They are known, they become known qualities. And that holds true for the labor movement as well. We also saw how women would come together in unions to really focus on building power within institutional structures, sort of creating spaces where they were still marginalized and largely still focused on gender. So, quote unquote, women's issues, but they were formalized. So women's caucuses, women's wings of the labor movement. We also saw women coming together to create safe spaces, not caucuses or wings, but women within unions who just needed to come together in a safe space where they could just be, share stories, get advice, and so forth. In one situation, we saw an example of women and their allies being able to call out inequality, harassment, and abuse of power, and successfully work to put structures and policies in place to address those issues. But that work, we found after this 3-year effort, it did not achieve a shift from tokenism to control. There were some advances. There were moves to placate women or to delegate, again, power without budget or authority. But at the end of the day, the desired shift, the change leading to increased power within unions and increased control over union resources, policies, and priorities didn't occur. So without a doubt, the overarching economic issues and internal challenges, right, including addressing gender inequality and patriarchy, are challenges that continue to confront workers and the structures that represent them. Globally, I think there's a tendency to focus on the global economic architecture, which has to be front and center. But at the same time, there is a need to really ensure that we are paying attention to and aggressively working towards eliminating the inequalities that exist within our own structures. And thank you.
Thank you.
I know I'm standing between everybody and lunch, so you know.
Well, thank you for your presentation and your time. Okay, now so quickly we'll open up the question to the audience, both in person and online, and we'll have a round of questions so the different panelists could address particular questions or different amount of questions.
Thank you so much. I was really interested in the concept of, I was really interested in the problem of need-based worship. What would you say is the first step to, bringing a more comfortable environment for physicians?
Say it again, please.
For the problem of necessity-driven entrepreneurship, I was wondering what the policy, like, what the next step is basically to try to create more comfortable conditions for people who find the need to pursue that as a lifestyle, as opposed to other things that might be safe.
Okay. Any more questions? Yes, please.
I think the question related to sort of the informal economy, but I was just wondering if someone could restate it. The microphone broke up.
Okay.
Let me
You need the mic.
Yes, hi, I'm Angelique Walker-Smith from Bread for the World in Washington, D.C. And one of the priorities we have is working with Black farmers here and globally in the Pan-African space. I'm very grateful for these presentations, and particularly to the first. We talked about food sovereignty, moving to food sovereignty. I am very pleased to see this movement have more leadership going forward based on the work that we're doing at Bread for the World. I'm Senior Associate for Pan-African Engagement. I should have said that. My question is, where do you see the interface of the African Union and the New Free Trade Agreement playing a role in increasing the movement around particularly women of African descent and of Africa, because the African Union includes the 6 regions of people of African descent, as well as the other 5 regions, and particularly as we're thinking about the summit that's taking place this week. Very interested to know what your comments are on that. One of the legislative acts that Bread for the World was at the forefront of was the AGOA Act. And of course, people talk about AGOA, but they don't always talk about AWEB. So I'd be interested in your comments about AWEB as well as the AGOA, which is really supposed to be about women's entrepreneurship. As we think about particularly women of African descent. Thank you.
Let's get that one. Then we will, yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentations. I just had a question for like all 3 panelists in regards to food, labor movement, and hip hop artists or the hip hop music industry. We see a lot of African culture in these 3 dynamics. When it comes to food, we try to, I know here, Africans here, we want to eat food that was, we eat food from the motherland and incorporate that food. And hip hop music, some of us have some hip hop artists like Burna Boy, or some of the popular hip hop artists, they wear African garments. But my question to you all is, how can we put a more focus, a political focus, a more scientific socialist focus into these 3 arenas, not just like calling it what it is, capitalism and imperialism, and how can we use these 3 areas, as in food, as in hip hop artists, as in the labor movement is already attacking that system in a sense, but how can we connect the focus more to a scientific socialist approach, and incorporating the politics of Kwame Nkrumah and Patrice Lumumba and making that connection among Africans around the world?
Okay, let me see if
That was for Imani.
Yes, I think the first question was for Imani, and it was about how we can move away from entrepreneurship as a fallback, and so that what is the suggestion idea for people to go beyond entrepreneurship as a fallback? What are the solutions? And I think what are the solutions he was asking for to address that issue?
Thank you. Well, I think the industrialization is a complicated concept, particularly in light of the existential threat of climate change. And so trying to balance out how countries develop while also ensuring that they're responsible stewards of the environment is something to be figured out. I have every confidence that governments working in coalition with the UN, ECA, UNECA, think tanks can figure that out. In fact, I know that work has already been done, in terms of trying to figure out how you move the development, needle forward in ways that reflect the respect for the environment and overall people's needs. So, I think that that's the big question. How do you create work, decent work, so that people don't have to be, right, these quote unquote micro entrepreneurs. Now, there are people who do see that as their calling, right? There are people who work in the informal economy and they think it's wonderful and flexible, just like you see people here in the United States who will go to work for Lyft or Uber or DoorDash or whatever, and they like the flexibility. But most people are driven to those options because they need money, and they don't like the fact that they have no social protections. They don't like the fact that they're part of this sort of faceless system where they are a cog in a wheel and have very little control, right? And so we recognize this in the States, right? And there are many worker organizations that are attempting to address these issues. So is the case on the continent as well. But the big challenge is around sustainable development, creation of industries, the ability to harness African resources for African development. While I mentioned only in passing this issue of illicit financial flows, this is huge. We're talking about $80+ billion a year leaving the African continent. And when you pull apart, okay, so what are these illicit financial flows? 60% come from corporate commercial activity. So we're talking about multinational corporations that do not pay tax, they avoid paying tax, or they pay no tax at all. We're talking about extractive industry corporations who undervalue the commodities that they're taking out of the continent and therefore pay little to no tax, and then sell it on these commodities on the open market, and the money just goes into tax havens that benefit corporations. We're talking about systems one can use, like broad terms of imperialism and so forth. What is, I think, more helpful at this point in time is to begin to deconstruct those words, to figure out the exact ways in which resources are literally being stolen from the African continent. And they are literally being stolen in very sophisticated ways.
Okay, thank you. Are they?
Yeah, if I may add to really this powerful response from Imani Contest to the question of how to use political consciousness and to address issues, even from the point of view of hip-hop artists. I want to underscore that many of these hip-hop artists are, interestingly, medical students who are using their knowledge of what is happening in the medical field and the disenfranchisement of Africans from resources to articulate a question of social justice and impart public health, healthy public health discourses, messages that are life-saving. But in addition to that, these are artists who are aware of the histories, such as the history of the Congos, the history of how the Sahel and what is happening in the extractive industries, and trying to appeal, create a literacy discourse that's really built on neo-colonialism, and then intersected what it means, where you incapacitate Africans by denying them the right to life, the right to dignity, the right to have access to food sovereignty, by allowing Africans to have access to land, access to water, and access to employment, as mentioned by Imani. And nobody wants to stay in a permanent stage of being educated with degrees and become jobless. So these are the kind of discourses that come out when we listen carefully to the lyrics. I want to share the kind of work. So please, for instance, when you look at the work of Dr. Olajide Williams here at New York, at Columbia University, and also in the city of New York, using hip hop as a way of raising awareness about right to health to underprivileged communities. You have a student from when the COVID strike out, African students living in at the theater of the pandemic in Wuhan, who are medical students who have produced hip hop songs to try to inform African population in indigenous African languages to understand what is at stake in a time where African governments were not really quick in terms of imagining and being quick in responding creatively to critical health literacy, built on history of how African public health has been under attack from the colonial era to the post-colonial dispensation. So these are very important critics who knows history, who knows what it means to live in neo-colonial slavery, and also to learn from the lesson of Jim Crow, to try to see what does it mean to relate as a people of African descent, whether in Africa or in the US or in China or in Europe, anywhere in the world. And they're speaking directly also to African political elite, disenfranchising African intelligence, because these are people in the medical field. These are people like us in this platform, trying to inform African government of the problem of the neoliberal policies. And that has a long durée. We go back to slavery, and the continuous manifestation of incapacitating African people by denying them access to economic resources. So when the extractive industries come in the place, the issue is not to have trade, but the issue is to have fair trade, which will allow Africans to use the benefit of the revenue from a fair trade which does not pollute the environment, to try to empower Africans in a meaningful way, in a dignified way. If you are looking at what uranium extraction does in places like the Sahel, in Niger, or in Mozambique, or any other places where we have this extractive industry, it has also affected a local from accessing water, because the extractive, in order to mine uranium, you need water, and this is the subterranean waters that is needed in order from agriculture in the Sahel-Sahara region, in the oases, to work, whether it is in Libya, southern Libya, Algeria, Niger, or it is in Mozambique. We are dealing at a really violation of human rights, human dignity, at a really fundamental level. So if you go into the oases that produce food in the Sahel region, the Sahara region, today, agriculture is not possible because of the way that extractive industry pollutes. So you have a question of slow death because of also exposure. When people drink contaminated waters, it is a slow death in the sense that you have to study oncology. Professor Julie Livingston has really a powerful book on looking at what happened in terms of oncology related to mining in many African countries, like in Southern Africa. That lesson should also be helpful for the Sahel and other region. So there is a consciousness. What the work I'm doing is to try to see that it is important to not dismiss the work of the artists, because these artists are really critical thinkers who draw on history, who draw on policies. They are people in economics. There are people who are activists who are trying to help both bring also the ways that the disenfranchised communities in the margins, in the urban periphery of poverty and rural areas that are invisibilized in terms of giving them public access to voice their condition. These artists are bringing that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Okay, so with that, we'll have Julie wrap up quickly before we go to lunch. We have no question online so far.
Okay. From the 60s, we had the slogan, same struggle, same fight. It's as true today as it was then. And for those of us who are fighting the U.S. Department of Agriculture in terms of the policies that are being set for many of the states to follow, the same U.S. Department of Agriculture is setting the policies for Africa that are being followed under the USAID. After lunch, we'll have a panel on coercive diplomacy, and it's as true in the field of food and food sovereignty as it is in other areas. And so, just very quickly, point one, in terms of entrepreneurs, again, the statistics bear it out that the majority of food production, not only in Africa, but around the world, is done by small and micro farmers. And the majority of the small and micro farmers are women. So unless we address the needs of women and the conditions of women, we will not be able to actually meet the needs of food production that will be in the interest of security for our communities. There are many discussions about urban agriculture, the value of urban agriculture. You talked about some of the changes or options or alternatives. We look at Detroit. People are not asking for permission in Detroit. They're simply taking the land. In Cleveland, it's been documented that the urban agriculture in Cleveland, in many areas, is sufficient to provide over 50% of the needs of the population in Cleveland. In Columbus, and again, I'm deciding the representatives of Midwest, we're following a vertical integration model where people providing basic education, providing a context in which people can actually farm, and as farming, moving from farming to pleasure, to farming for commercial production, and then being able to have control of the post-harvest process through actual marketplace, because consistently, again, right now in the United States, farmers markets and urban process of distribution is controlled by middle-class white women. And so it's a very strong competitive process in terms of being able to break to and say, these are the cultural issues, these are the relationships that we are building on historically that are important for us to continue to recognize and have. So I will stop there, and I'm going to thank Mario for chairing, and then say that it is 1:35. And it would be really good if we could eat and be back here no later than 2, please. You may bring it back into the room with you. Those online, you've got a break for a few minutes, but if we could reconvene at 2, that would help us get back on schedule. We know that people have other obligations, family obligations this evening. So we really want to meet our time and end on as stated, but without really shortchanging our process. So I'll stop there and see you at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks again for coming out today, this weekend. And this is an important session and we are glad that you could join us. I'll quickly do introductions and then we will go ahead and have a conversation. We'll have, in fact, brief statements from our panelists, after which we'll open the floor. We want it to be conversational, so do join in as much as you can and bring along your questions. My name is Benjamin Tete, and I'm a journalist, also a PhD student in communication at Syracuse University. And I thank the organizers for this opportunity. Thank you. For our panel today, I'll start with us here first. And we have a name which is pretty very much common. In fact, people will walk in this morning, I was at the reception, and people walk in and they're like, when I mentioned Syracuse, I was like, oh, did you come with this professor? I say, yes, of course, I came with him. And his name is Professor Horace Campbell. About 5-6 years ago, before even Syracuse University, I got to meet him in Senegal when he was visiting one of the research for Israel. And Professor Campbell is a chair for GPM North Africa. He was chair of the African American African Studies Department at Syracuse University. He has held various positions, different positions. So thank you so much for joining us today. We also have James Ellie, who is former Assistant Secretary of Education and Public Service, Estonian Institute. Thank you for joining us as well. We have others who will join us online. We have Matt Milley, who is Vice President for the Asian Business Council. We also have Husamuddin Ismail, who is with the old Omdurman RC member from Sudan. And if you follow Sudan news, this is the group that has been doing so much. We will start actually with a video recording from Sanusha Naidu, who is with the Institute for Global Dialogue, South Africa. And for this session, we are looking on specific topics from trade, Sudan, Ukraine war, Global Fragility Act, US strategy of Africa, China-Russia counter policies, and discriminatory visa practice. I guess each of these topics can stand on their own. So it is going to be a very interesting conversation. Let's join Sanusha Naidu for the video recording.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say how grateful I am and I want to be here addressing you via this taped video address based on what I think is going to be a fantastic, if not already, most timely discussion on the way the global dynamics and the role of the US in global affairs involvement. I have to say a big thank you to Prof. Horace Campbell for roping in and asking me to basically provide this 10-minute presentation on my thoughts and reflecting on my thoughts on what I feel are key critical issues in the context of Africa in the upcoming US-Africa Summit. I think the global people's intervention, very close to my heart, given the fact that I played a critical role when I worked with the Social Justice Network of Bahamu, where we organized similar issues around trying to provide the alternate voice, the alternate space, and the alternate engagement, and where Prof. Campbell played a critical role and a very, very active role with colleagues of Bahamu, as well as with myself. And I feel really, really privileged to be back in his ambit and his radar and to be providing these views that he's asked me to do so. I think the challenge for us today is to understand where we are as a global community, the humanity, and most importantly, I think the challenge is to understand what does these different emerging, re-emerging evolving, recalibrating relationships that Africa has with partners, with the former colonial powers, or actors that just are re-emerging in the African continent. What does that mean? What is the architecture? What is the construct? And reflecting on this summit that's coming and looking at the concept and the discussions that define this intervention or this Congress today that you're hosting, I think it's very key to ask the very pertinent question, and that is, are we still sitting in a VUCA world? A VUCA world characterized by vulnerability, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. I think we've reached a point where we have moved beyond that conceptualization of risk and of the way the international system and the international engagements have been defined and characterized. We are now sitting in a world that's caught between the VUCAs of the way we want to interpret this world, and a world that's brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible to upon you. And a world that essentially is becoming increasingly toxic because of the way in which global affairs and the relationship that we see under geostrategic interest have redefined the relationship that we in Africa have with the rest of the world. But more importantly, the relationship that essentially has made the multilateral system brittle as opposed to deepening the multilateral context. Based on these kind of opening remarks of mine, I think what's really important for us to understand is that when we're looking at this summit that African leaders are invited to by President Biden, it's becoming increasingly difficult to ignore, and of course, increasingly anxious for us in Africa, particularly academic scholarship, civil society, and the broader context of the think tank community, which I represent. And forgive me, I had introduced myself, I'm Sarisha Naidu from the Institute of Global Dialogue based in South Africa, but out of Cape Town. We're beginning to think that this is becoming a much more deeper, unrooted world order. It's no longer the kind of engagements that define around the flexibility or the
It looks like the video truncated, but that said, we'll continue with the conversation. We have, okay, we'll continue, and then we'll come with our panelists here as we wait for those. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we good to go into my Q&A?
Yes.
Okay. In the meantime, let's acknowledge all those who have joined us on Zoom and those who are watching across the various platforms. We really acknowledge. I can see nearly 40 participants on Zoom, 39. And we are very glad that it's weekend, it's also cold, and people made it right here to join us. It's no mean effort, and it shows our collective interest, which is that the passion of Pan-Africanism on our hearts. And thank you all for participating. Okay, so we will go to take Matt Millie now, and we'll come back to our panelists here.
Okay, thank you. Hope everyone can hear and see me okay.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Excellent. First, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to be part of this discussion. I think it's very valuable for African peoples around the world to hear alternative perspectives to the rhetoric, which I'm sure will be promoted at the upcoming U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit about the past, present, and future of America's economic relations with African nations. My comments, I want to use some examples from my past 20 years of experience in working with nations in Southeast Asia, countries like Malaysia, Vietnam, Indonesia, to share some comments on what I believe are some strategic considerations which citizens of African nations and of course African peoples around the world should implore the African heads of state, whether they listen or not is to be debated, that they should take into account in terms of the international economic relations with the United States, particularly given the current trends, which are kind of shaping where the global economy is going. I come at this work when I started as a young economist back in the late 1980s. I actually worked in the US government and I actually did work on Africa. And during those years, not only did I learn a lot, but I brought a lot because I was really a student of people like Walter Rodney and Samir Amin and Yash Tandon, as well as, of course, the quote unquote neoclassical economists. And very early in my career, I really saw firsthand how my employer, and we were talking like in the 1990s, was actively helping to perpetuate white minority control over land in Zimbabwe. And of course, that's actually probably one of the main reasons why I ended up leaving working for the US government, because it really was inconsistent with my values and what I thought was what should be done and going forward. And also in the 1990s, did a lot of work with various countries throughout South Africa and East Africa, as well as West Africa. And thus when the AGOA, African Growth and Opportunity Act, was signed by Clinton in 2000, I really had an opportunity to offer a number of analyses as to how I thought AGOA was probably not going to live up to the hype, as they say. First and foremost, has been managed by a few of our previous panelists. AGOA was celebrated as going to be like a game changer. But of course, if you looked at it very closely, it was rooted in many of the false assumptions, like African nations are poor in the world today because somehow they're left out of the global economy. And somehow AGOA was going to fix that. And of course, many of the underlying principles or preconditions for AGOA were, of course, the same identical, same old neoliberal structural adjustment-based policies from the IMF and World Bank, which of course we all know never supported processes of sustainable socioeconomic development to help former colonized countries really transform those colonial economic models to have economies that could really serve their interests of the societies in the 21st century. In my second publication during that time, I actually raised two, I think, basic questions about looking backwards at AGOA, which I think should inform us as we think about this summit. The first question was, if trade is going to support sustainable, inclusive processes of development and really help countries to sort of transform those economic models, AGOA, quote unquote, can't just increase levels of trade, i.e. the quantity of what is traded. It also would have to play a role in helping to change the qualitative nature of trade, i.e. what Africa trades. And so my basic question was, will AGOA help change both the quantity and quality of trade between African nations and the United States? And of course, the second point I teed up was, African societies can use trade and investment, can use them if they represent net positive resource transfers into those societies. And then those resources can be used to finance really the development of those societies. And I raised the question back then, 20 some odd years ago, will AGOA help reverse US-Africa trade, investment, and other resource net outflows? As we look to the summit coming up next week, where obviously the USG has said it wants to update AGOA, and even the US Chamber of Commerce says they plan to promote deals between American companies and African companies. I think African peoples can look at the data to help answer the questions that I posed really 20 plus years ago about AGOA. In short, my own research tells me, while the quantity of US-Africa two-way trade went up from, let's say, 2001 to 2011, because it's actually been declining since 2011, but with very few exceptions. The quality of generally what is traded pretty much has remained the same. There's been no shift. We know Africa exports raw materials, oil, et cetera, minerals. Now we got into a little bit of textiles, and the US exports manufactured products, equipment, chemicals, and machines. What's actually kind of ironic in the midst of that broad trend, in recent years, US exports of oil and gas to Africa, to African nations, has actually become a bigger share of what US is actually sending to the continent. And believe it or not, Africa's exports of oil and gas to the United States are actually right now on a downward trend. So just those trade numbers, I think, tell us AGOA hasn't really done much to change the nature of US trade with the continent. And more importantly, as I think several panelists have already noted, AGOA definitely has not done anything to basically stop the way that most African economies are still net exports of resources, particularly capital, leaving the continent, going out to the world. So this history matters, because I think as we look at the summit is occurring during a period of sort of changing dynamics in the global economy, which I would think has been best summarized as we're in a period of the sort of the growing weaponization of international economics. Now, for some countries and for some societies, these changes are not necessarily going to generate change for them. And in fact, I would put on the table that for some parts of the world, and we may consider Africa being part of this question, while things are changing globally, Africa's position in the global system is actually being reinforced, or the attempts are to reinforce it. But for others in the global system, which I would say including some certain countries in Asia, including countries that were former colonies, we are now seeing alternative regional economic frameworks, and perhaps more importantly, institutions that are not necessarily radical or progressive. I might say maybe they're more nationalistic, but alternatives nonetheless being developed in Asia, led by Asian governments themselves. And there's a number of things in terms of trade, like the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, things like the Digital Economic Partnership, DEPA, the Chiang Mai Initiative, which was launched almost 30 years ago, which has now been multilateralized, which is sort of a financial resource. So the countries in Asia no longer have to depend upon the IMF if they run into a macroeconomic crisis. And two very important institutions have been launched in Asia, which I think are changing the nature of who really has influence over governments. One is the Economic Research Institute for Asia, ERIA, and another group called the AMRO, which actually is playing the role that the IMF used to play in terms of sort of monitoring the macroeconomic situations of country in Asia. So in a sense, these new institutions, new framework, have actually generated some degrees of structural change in certain societies, again, within the system. And I would also argue that because Asians have created some of these alternative frameworks and institutions in Asia, when 9 of the 10 Southeast Asian leaders came to Washington in May as the ASEAN region to attend the US ASEAN Special Summit, they actually came to the White House with greater degrees of some freedom and flexibility, and even made some demands in response to some of the USG's new economic proposal initiatives. So let me just turn quickly to a couple of examples, which I think are very telling. You know, I first got drawn into the work around Southeast Asia, particularly like the country like Malaysia, not only because they had governments that one time said no to sort of adopting IMF, World Bank structural adjustment programs, or even saying no to Western financial credit card companies who wanted them not to limit the number of credit cards their citizens, including their students, could have, but because as a multiracial and multi-religious nation that at the time of their political independence had a colonial structured economy which produced tin, rubber, and palm oil for the export. But you flash forward today, in a structurally sort of transformed economy, now manufactures cars, rubber gloves, semiconductor chips, and laptops that are consumed by Malaysian citizens, Asians in the region, and of course the whole world. I would also look at example of, say, of Vietnam, which I'm not sure of any developing nation in the last 20 years has done as much to achieve certain degrees of structural transforming their economy as the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. From an economy that in the 1990s and early 2000s, that was part of the global system primarily as a producer of coffee, rice, tea, and cashews, to now being part of the global system, but also producing cell phones, semiconductor chips, and renewable wind energy turbines, particularly by the significant investments they've made in STEM-oriented higher education and training. Again, while quantity of trade is certainly not a key for any society in terms of promoting real development, it should be noted that in 2000, the same year that AGOA was quote unquote coming together in Congress. The United States and Vietnam signed a bilateral trade deal. And today, Vietnam is now America's fourth largest trading partner in the world, with over $100 billion in two-way trade flows last year in 2021. And I compare that to two-way trade flows between the United States and the entire continent of Africa, roughly at $64 billion in two-way trade. So I think that, again, should be something that we want people to sort of have those kind of contextual historical knowledge. And then lastly, a very recent example, the nation of Indonesia, which like many former colonies had its economy structured primarily again to produce raw materials in the case of the mining industry, where they were mining iron ore and bauxite, copper, tin, nickel, primarily for export. In the last 5 years, the elites, and again, I would say these are not progressive or radical elites in Indonesia, they've basically said, we want our government to not follow neoliberal economic policies and actually adopt policies over the opposition of the World Bank, the IMF, major US economies and Europe, to basically put in place export bans on raw materials. And in doing those export bans on raw materials, basically saying we're no longer just going to ship our iron ore and our nickel and our tin out to the world where it gets processed, where it becomes more valuable and then sent back to us. In partnership with doing other things around promoting local ecosystems for industry development, they're now using their tin and nickel to basically manufacture EV battery components and other types of manufacturing types of products, creating jobs for their Indonesians. In closing, so when we obviously are discussing the context of, when African leaders are going to come to the summit, I think it's critical that African citizens, as well as in a diaspora, urge, again, whether they listen or not remains to be seen, the following. Number one, understand that as we talk about maybe updating AGOA, the current geopolitical economic strategies of the United States and Europe and other countries to sort of, in this competition with China, are well underway, first in technology, but also going to be in many other sectors. And it should be noted that even non-progressive analysts have said that with these strategies that are being pursued and these investments being made, they really don't include societies on the continent of Africa, yet alone even primarily, Black or brown communities here in America. Secondly, more progressive analysis would even challenge that notion by saying, actually, no, the economies on the continent of Africa are probably included in some of these new geopolitical strategies. But of course, they're probably being included in the same ways they've always been included, which is as a source of raw materials at the bottom of high technology and other strategic industry global value chains. Third, elites in some of the Asian societies that I mentioned are increasingly using their states to try to better navigate this current period of, again, the increased weaponization of international economics. And here are some of the things that I've been able to see firsthand in working with some of these governments around Asia. Number one, rejecting the pressure of sort of the zero-sum picking sides, between I'm either for America or for China or whatever. Basically, it goes back to the old sort of non-aligned position. And we saw that very clearly with Indonesia when they hosted the G20 summit, where they basically refused a lot of pressure to somehow not invite Russia and invite Ukraine to come to the summit. They basically said, no, we're not going to do that. Secondly, we're seeing these states really hedge against both the major powers that are basically in this rivalry and competition. I call it playing a bit chess as opposed to checkers, particularly because what they're able to see is that the domestic situations in many of the geopolitical powers, United States to Europe, they're causing elites in a number of countries in Asia to say, you know what, it really wouldn't be in our interest to base our future prosperity and success on these countries when we're not even sure where these countries are really going. And we know that because there's a lot of fear that we may have a Trump 2.0 elected into our government in 2024. And so they're seeing that and they're hedging. Two, and I should say three, investing in building their own alternative frameworks and institutions, as I noted. In a sense, I see this as really as creating new tables as opposed to just always trying to get onto someone else's table. And here's the thing, it's very important, I think, to consider. In some of the ways, some of the new tables that Asian countries are creating in Asia are actually beginning to also influence things going on globally. Because as we all know, there's still this geopolitical rivalry going on, but it's not just simply a zero-sum kind of dynamic. There's actually some alternatives that all the major powers now have to take into account within their strategy. Fourthly, I'm hearing from elites in many countries are saying, you know what, we should not be looking for leadership from either China or the United States to help their societies figure out how to navigate how the world is changing. I think that might be a very valuable lesson for African heads of state to keep in mind. And then lastly, understanding that as the European elites are choosing really to sacrifice their own economies, again, these are, as you know, many of the former colonizers of Africa that are basically choosing almost to de-industrialize themselves in order to be aligned with the United States vis-a-vis the Russia and Ukraine war. It's pretty clear that governments and elites in Asia are saying, yeah, we can't make that choice because, yeah, we're the former colonized countries. We don't have the benefit of having accumulated hundreds of years of wealth by being former colonizers. And I think that should also send a signal to where African citizens should be trying to tell their governments where they should be prioritizing future international economic partnerships. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Very well said. Thank you, Mark Millis, Senior Vice President, Policy at the U.S. Asian Business Council. I guess we'll come to the table here now and bring the conversation home. We're still hoping that we'll have a guest joining us on Zoom. Once we have a green light, we'll send. But now let me turn to my right to Mr. James Daly, who's former Secretary of Education and Public Service. Sonia, the mic is yours.
Thank you. I know I should have positioned myself on the left. I had not intended to be here today, nor to be on the Zoom. But when Professor Horace Campbell, that's one dimension in which I know him, but I know him more as an applied, progressive, transformative person who is also a scholar when he calls it hard to resist. He had asked that I make comments on what might be said to African leaders about reparatory justice here in the United States, of which I'm not really going to talk about. I don't come with a prepared presentation, but I am going to give some comments based on what I've heard. I'm so pleased that he did leverage me to, he said, just go on Zoom. I said, no, now that you came to me, I'm going to come and be present. I'm so glad that I've come to be present. I'm almost 76 years old. I'm a former graduate student here, a dropout PhD program in history at Howard University. Former president of the Graduate Student Association here at Howard at a time when Leon Condren Damas, who was a socialist, one of the three principal founders of Negritude, was here. I'm mindful that Capitalism and Slavery was written right here at Howard University. C.L.R. James, the socialist, perhaps the most important Marxist in the 20th century in this hemisphere, worked here at Howard University. I'm giving some autobiographical things because I'm mindful that I'm at a university where there are young minds in formation. I'm also mindful in the breaks that I'm meeting young adults who are working in a multiplicity of organizations, not just left-wing organizations. I'm a product of the New Communist Movement. That was not a banner that I wore on my shirt, but my voice was always here. 5 years on WHUR when it was 360 degrees of Blackness on a program called 10 Minutes Left, where we looked at issues of socialism, communism. Why am I saying this? Because we live in a world of 8 billion people. It's a complex situation. we talk about nature, but we separate ourselves out from nature, but the cockroach has been around and will be around longer than we have. We are part of that. There are many complexities that we have to negotiate. We have to earn a living. We inhabit many places and having to earn that living. I've known Mark Mealy since he was a preteen. I'm so proud, and I know his family background, the radicalness of that. What I'm suggesting, and I'm really speaking to the younger adults here, that we do not lack for data. We do not lack for analysis. We often tend towards the logical, these sweeping generalizations, capitalism, socialism, being African with 53 countries, with probably about 6,000 languages, more languages than any, I think it's more languages than any continent on the world. What are these abstractions? So the logical must be intersected by the historical. What has actually happened? And what is actually happening now that becomes the historical? These are very important analytical tools, whether you're a student or whether you're working in a centrist organization, or whether you're on a left-wing trade union or a socialist organization. There are a lot of navigations to be done. And so we have to be very careful about our language. And so I'm really concerned about what is to be done, not in abstractions, but what is to be done by starting with the kind of analysis that many people have given here this morning, including Mark Mealy, of what is actually being done. So in the context of the United States, which is still the dominant, life-defining nation on the world by way of its neoliberal paradigm capitalist system and the impositions of its media capacity, its cultural perspectives, and its economic warfare. Now, sanctions are economic warfare. It's another means of war, and it is against working people, the most impoverished, the most marginalized, the most needy people in a society. Yes, it does hit elites. You know, they say we have sanctioned Minister so-and-so and President X and the wife of General Y and so, but who is really suffering from this? It is the ordinary everyday people that Julian Walker has described, where women are really the business backbone of not only Africa, but many developing countries. So how do we engage this? I want to talk about there are a number of battlefronts. Yes, we engage it by trade unions, by left-wing parties, by social movements, but we have to engage it where everyday people are. And from the vantage point of the US positionality on the globe and the role that we as citizens here, either willingly or inadvertently, or undecidedly because we want to keep our job, we have to find that latitude. And I want to talk about one of the battlefronts that many of us want to avoid, and that is the electoral battlefront. We're talking about a question of governance power, not some abstract notion of power. It's about governance power. What will be the policy, the values and the actual policies and programs and the allocations of budgets and expertise in collaboration with organized citizens that improve the material circumstances of our lives, give us security, and give us a proactive citizen responsibility in becoming leadership, not just becoming the citizens under the servants of the stewards of governance, but becoming stewards ourselves in relationship to the positionality of the United States with the rest of the world. If we want to engage Africa, we have to engage it in all of its diversity, all of its complications, and principally, I would urge, around organized citizens movements, be they women's movements, be they small collectives, be they left-wing parties, not just the heads of government. And we have to be very select about government heads. Look at the debacle that is South Africa in its governance structure today, and what that has redounded to working people who are in worse situation in South Africa today than they were under white supremacy apartheid. We cannot avoid those kinds of things simply by speaking to African leaders. We have to become the leaders. And I say that to you young adults who are working in some of these mainstream organizations. You have to find the latitude, you have to stretch. The idea is not to put out abstract principles and be without a job. but it is to extract as much as you can in a progressive, from a progressive perspective, by integrating with these other sectors and by electing stewards of governance that you can hold accountable. If you look at the United States of America, 300 and some odd million people, what is the one ritual that most of the citizens, no matter what their ideological or political perspectives are, what is the one perennial ritual that they are involved in? Trying to elect stewards of governance. And they tend then to personify politics and personality. I got a Black woman. I got a preacher in Georgia. That is not politics. That is personality. That is not to deny what may be the goodness of the individual, but what is the role of the organized citizen, and having people in power and who are the stewards of governance, who will then work in collaboration with the most progressive citizens organizations in Africa and with select leaders and governments, which will help to advance this. Now, some people will say, well, you're just holding up the Democratic Party, or you're just holding up the Black Caucus and whatnot. I spent a lot of time in Cuba over the last 46 years, a lot of time in Cuba, not only with Cuban citizens, with the Cuban Communist Party, with the Cuban president. And I did this in my professional work. I wasn't hiding it, but not was I running around shouting, but I had to find my way. I'm urging you, you have to find your way to do this. Why was Diaz-Canals in Turkey last week? Turkey is a very complicated issue. Our brother from Libya will tell you that in this multipolarity that's evolving, you make hard decisions and hard compromises. He was in Russia. Russia has started a war with Ukraine. Who is dying? Ordinary Russian working class soldiers, ordinary working class Ukrainian soldiers, but Russia is a friend of Cuba. China is the largest trading partner in Latin America. The largest African descendant population outside of Nigeria lives where? In Brazil, self-identified in the national census as 54% self-identified Black and mixed race. The relationship between the Workers' Party, and I've spent time with Lula da Silva. I went and spent time with him just a few months before he was in prison. Went to see him when he was in prison, although I was unable to go in that day because they only let 2 people in. Met him 20 years earlier in talking about the Black movement. Very important democratic socialist leader who relates to Africa. But with regard to China, that relationship of allowing, facilitating Brazil to become more sovereign, independent, and self-determined, that's not the end game. The ultimate evaluation optic is what redounds to working people, and when we talk about working people, you know, in the Marxist arena, which I come out of, we talk about class as though class doesn't have a sociology. There are women. Lula says that the face of poverty in Brazil is a woman, and she's Black. You see the intersections? We can't juxtapose trade unions against women's movements, against LGBTQ movements. We have to draw a horizontal line of who are the working and marginalized people in all of those sectors. We need to be more accurate with our descriptions of the complexities of what's going on in the world. And for us, and I will start to close this down, for us here in the United States, Africa is not only important because we have a cultural legacy with Africa, or because we are Black-skinned people. W. Du Bois had it right in 1903 when he said, the major question of the 20th century is the question of the color line. In 1953, 50 years after he wrote it, and he was asked if he would rewrite it, he said no, but he wrote a new preface. Go up on Monthly Review online and look at this preface. It's a very short, about 2 pages. And the third thing that he says is that I still believe today as yesterday that the color line is a major question. And I've come to understand that there's something behind it that both motivates it, puts it into play, and obscures it at the same time. That a few people, a class of people, corporate, greedy, capitalist people, are willing to live in luxury at the great expense of the great majority of humankind living in misery, lack of access to education and wealth. And that in order to preserve this social relationship between capital and laboring people, they're willing to go to war, and this is the kicker, generally against people of color. Well, then you hearken back to 1903 when he wrote the Souls of Black Folk. Look at that preface. He wasn't just talking about the poor and immiserated Black people behind the veil here in the United States. He says explicitly, I'm talking about all of the people of the Asiatic Sea. You heard what Mark Neely just said? All of those Asian countries that were colonized. He was talking about the racialized nature of capitalism. So this uplifts then African Americans in particular, of whatever our variety, whether we are Caribbean background, Afro-Brazilian background, whether we're Santeria practitioners or Catholics or atheists, we are here in the United States of America as citizens, as residents, as the immigrant population, and it puts us in a special position of taking responsibility to have people in governance who will respond to these ethical questions, not petitioning African leaders. Africans can very well do that themselves, but being the leadership of the transformative leadership that is needed in this country. And it will take a tremendous amount of commitment on your part. And I'm going to be somewhat ageist here. You young 20, 30, 40, 50-year-olds, those of you who are finding your way into the marketplace, who want to, like Mark Neely is a great example, coming from a youngster who, and as he said, there's structural flexibility within the system. We have to take advantage of that. Everything is not a revolutionary moment. Revolutions come from a lot of work, in which then at some point there is a shift. So we have a special responsibility as African Americans to call out Austin, head of the Pentagon, a true violent imperialist position. He may be a nice guy to sit around and play checkers with, or shoot basketball, or shoot the breeze with, but he is running the US imperial military. Greenfield may be a nice sister, but she's there at the UN talking about give all this money. And yes, there are fascists in Ukraine. That's what John McCain and all those people were there. Yes, there are national minority questions in Ukraine of people who were never fully incorporated into that nation. And no, that does not mean that you are a handmaiden to Putin. Life is very complex. So we have to wind our way through what is actually going on to figure out what is to be done. And finally, we have a Indo-Caribbean African vice president with a Marxist father. How many of you know Professor Josh Myers? Any students out here in this audience? Josh Myers has written just the first definitive biography on the father of Black Marxism. Her father was in that study group. This is a complex situation in which abstractions and ideological formations don't answer it. And yes, you will have to make compromises. You will have to figure out when to bite your tongue to save your mouth, but when to open your mouth to save your body. You follow what I'm saying? It's not so simple as to have an ideology. And ideology is not politics, but good politics are not good politics if there is not an ideological perspective behind them. But if ideology is like a good religion, a good faith, a good lie, it's logically tight. But when you set it down in the complexities of life with your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your partner, your children, your church, your workplace, it gets very complex, doesn't it? We know that, but somehow we are pulled towards these abstractions. So go forth and produce governance stewards who are going to work in collaboration with you as citizens. Map the continent of Africa for its most progressive social movements. Be very careful of what governance leaders you select to cooperate with, and pay a lot of attention to the most dynamic region in the world, which is the Caribbean and Latin America. The Center for Reparatory Justice is in the Caribbean. All of those countries are small capitalist countries, but they're doing important democratic work in association with Socialist Cuba, in association with President Obrador of Mexico, in association with the Democratic Socialist who has been elected for the third time in Brazil, Lula da Silva, with the former guerrilla leader Petro and the Vice President Francia Marquez. Francia Marquez is not talking in abstractions about reparations. She was just in Geneva 2 days ago talking about reparations tied to debt. Who else is talking about debt? Mia Moore Motley in Barbados, a very important leader who is challenging the Bretton Woods institutions openly. Now, do you agree with her on X, Z, or Y? You may or you may not. But this is where we have to look at, where is the red thread? What is the main thread? Not everything is a whole cloth, and we have to figure out which of those various threads, and it takes an active engagement with what people are actually doing, while keeping in mind the utopian ideas that we all should have of how we think the world should look, how theory tells us it should look, but we have to engage it in the complexity that it is. Let me stop there and hope that this has made some contribution to what I think has been an extraordinary group of presentations about what is actually going on and where we need to intersect, and how we need to build these nodes of nodes, these network of networks, in order to make radical transformation and to be who we are in whatever space we inhabit, and not let these spaces define us as the US State Department is doing presently with these young African leaders. And I look around the room of brothers and sisters, and I use that term very liberally, not just based on skin color, who I know are dealing with Africa, who are not here today. And I'm not talking about students who are doing papers. I'm talking about some people who are out here inhabiting the State Department without any critical engagement. And there are young Black people working at that State Department. They often called on me in my work. And for those of you, not just students, but young adults, I guarantee you with that in the next 3 years, someone you've been sitting next to, someone you've been working next to, someone you've been studying with will be working at the US State Department. They are not your enemy. You have to figure out how to engage them to maximize the positionality that they occupy. We have such a tendency to say, if she or he is in this or that organization, life is too complex to make those simple reductions. And when we make those simple reductions, the people who are much more conscious than we, who run the world, say, let's exploit this arena, let's exploit that arena, because they are not looking at the world as it is actually evolving itself. They are looking at idealistic perspectives, not realistic engagement. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Ted. And I'm sure you'll still be with us. The audience might have questions and certainly follow up. I hope they have answers.
Well, let's see. But yes, it's now time to turn the mic to Prof. Horace Campbell, the North America chapter of President, Chair of the North America chapter of the Global Pan-African.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. I was not going to speak as we are running short of time, and we have to respect those who have assisted us, work with us. And I want to repeat the thanks from the Global Pan-African Movement, North American chapter, to our brothers and sisters from Howard University, especially our sister, Christy Johnson, who is the director of the Center for African Studies, for the time and effort she put in to ensure that as scholars, as activists, as intellectuals, we have a say in what is going on in global Africa. So please give it up for Krista and the brothers and sisters from Howard University who will work with us. And Krista started for us from African Studies, and Brother Ralph from the African American Studies will end for us from Howard University. So what's said here by James about the intellectual traditions of Howard University, the Global Pan-African Movement would like to underline that. Because one of the most important aspects of this summit that's coming up is who will control the discussion and the terms of reference for that discussion.
And if you come into Washington, D.C., which is a city where African people live, you have to respect what is happening here. So I want to also thank my brothers and sisters of the Global Pan-African Movement, because they came from very far. People came from Syracuse, from Ohio, from Washington, D.C. Sister Sophia, she drove up from Baltimore this morning, she had another engagement. And I want to say that we want to thank them for this kind of commitment. I want to thank them for this kind of work, because we're trying to build something that's different. I want to also thank all of those who have come on this platform, our brothers from Friends of the Congo and Black Alliance, because I did not think I had to say anything, because most of what I was going to say and most of what I'm involved in saying has been said. Our young brother Issa from Libya, I'm sure you want to give him another round of applause. Because I wrote a book on global NATO and the catastrophic failure in Libya, but he is bringing us up to date on the role of the United States and their destruction in Libya. And when the United States used narratives such as providing security for Africa, we do not go along with those words. We talk about destruction, because that's exactly what they have done over the past years. Now, the point for those of you in the university is for you not to follow the language that comes from the United States government, but to inform a new language in terms of what the relationship should be. This year is 50 years since Walter Rodney wrote the book, How Europe Only Developed Africa. This book, How Europe Only Developed Africa, is very important reference point for the relationship between Africa and global Africa. Walter Rodney said that we had 3 responsibilities. The first responsibility is to define for ourselves what are our objectives. That is, we, wherever we are, should define our objectives. Secondly, we should be able to clarify our goals to other Africans and Black people in other parts of global Africa. What we're trying to do today is to clarify where we stand in relationship to the US government, in relationship to our brothers and sisters in Colombia, in Brazil, and in Haiti, because we cannot speak about the US-Africa Summit without speaking about what they're trying to do in Haiti. So we have to clarify that. And the third objective that Walter Rodney said we should have is we should be able to define our objectives to other sections of the progressive community. That is, the other sections of the anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist, and those who want peace in the world. And that is why our young brother, Mark Neely, was able to speak about what is going on in Vietnam. And Vietnam as all those people who fought against the US imperialism and those who fought to build a new economy. So this panel is on coercive diplomacy. And I want us to underline what was said on the panel on militarism this morning. The only big topic that we have not addressed here, which should have been addressed, is a question of Ethiopia and the question of the war that was going on in Tigray. And we, the Global Pan-African Movement, believe that it's very important that we follow this, that we carry forward the Pan-African position on why we want peace and demilitarization in Tigray and Ethiopia. I will not say much more about that, but I just want to give you a number of examples of the US government double speak when Julie Lynn read out those points of what the US government is standing for in its relationship with Africa. I just want to tell you a number of small stories. The first one is about the US Space Administration. A month ago, the people from NASA called together
the African Space Research Institute. One of my elders is the director of the African Space Leadership Institute. The United States came to get them and said, well, we are having a moon probe to set up our space capabilities to confront China. And we want Africa to join us in confronting China. The brothers and sisters said, but in Africa, we need space capabilities for telecommunications, for climate monitoring, and for what is happening on the ground in Africa. But for the United States of America, what is happening in Africa is irrelevant, and Africans should subjugate their interest to the interest of the United States and the United States military. That's the first story I want to tell you. The second story I want to tell you is about the United States Africa Command and the United States militarism. The United States signed a deal with Australia and with United Kingdom called the AUKUS nuclear submarine deal. In this deal, the Australians had previously signed a deal with the French government. And the French government was so upset that France broke diplomatic relations with the United States of America to say, you're insulting us. And what did the Biden administration do? They said, okay, in order to make sure you're not so angry, we will support everything you do in your military operations in Africa. So Africa now becomes the platform to support the conservative military forces in France, who works with the conservative military forces in the United States of America. One of the things we want to say is when you talk about AFRICOM and the US Africa Command, which sections of the United States military are you talking about? Those of you who are from Washington, D.C., will know there's a man called General William Walker. General William Walker said that the top generals of the military are absolute liars based on what happened on January the 6th. And this division within the US military between those who are neo-fascists and those who are professional military who want to support the Constitution, we do not support neither faction of the military. But when they go to Africa, we ask them, who are you representing? Are you representing those who want to overthrow the US Constitution? Those people who work with France and the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia to destabilize Africa. That's the second point I want to make. The third point I want to make is with respect to the United States and its doublespeak. The United States is saying to Africans, do what we say and don't do what we do. In order for the United States to compete against China, they have passed something called the CHIPS Act, that they're going to spend billions of dollars developing science and technology in the United States of America. The French and the Germans said to the United States of America, this is protectionism. You're going against the WTO. So the same United States government goes to the IMF and say that Africa should not build industries to protect themselves. So the United States is saying, do what we say and don't do what we do. The last point I want to make is bullying of Africans. There's something going on before the United States Congress called Countering Malign Russian Activities in Africa. So the Minister of International Relations in South Africa said this is bullying Africa, because the United States is asking Africans to choose between China, Russia, and Africa. And as Mark Neely said, Africans should make a choice for one thing: what is good for Africans? And that is the main question before the African people. I want to stop there because I want to say that we want to bring you in the conversation, especially those online, because the global Pan-African movement, we believe that the initiative towards what is going on should be in relationship to what is being good for Africa. Let me mention one of the side meetings that is going to be held in this US-Africa Summit. One of the side meetings that is being held in the US-African Summit is being called by the Millikan Institute. Some of you know who Mike Millikan is. Mike Millikan is someone who was put in jail because of stock market fraud 30 years ago. Mike Millikan is having something like the Davos in the United States of America. Now, the session that Millikan is calling is a secret session for particular heads of state, and only heads of state who are involved in illicit outflows of capital from Africa to the United States of America. So the US-Africa Summit is to bring African leaders who are complicit in the illicit flow of capital from Africa to the United States of America. The global Pan-African movement, progressive intellectuals, anti-capitalist forces, people who want peace, global solidarity, would want to ensure that we stand for peace, reconstruction, and reparative justice. Global Pan-African movement, go on our website, we oppose the war in Ukraine. We call for negotiations. We call for peace. But we also recognize that there are provocations, that this war must end. It's a bane for the Ukrainian people and for the Russian people. None of the issues in Ukraine can be resolved by war. And there are four main issues that you as young people should follow. The first issue that we started with this morning with Libya, the global Pan-African movement calls for the dismantling of NATO. NATO is a front for Western capital. NATO destroyed Libya. So we agree, NATO should not be expanded. The second question in the war in Ukraine, what is the future of the Russian-speaking people in the Donbass and Luhansk? These are questions that must be negotiated, just as how we negotiated the question of French in Quebec and in Canada. These can be negotiated. The third question, what is the future of Crimea? This must be negotiated. The fourth question, which cannot be negotiated, is what is the future of the fascists in Ukraine, the Bandera forces? Many of you have heard of Adolf Hitler. Very few of you have heard of Stepan Bandera, who was a contemporary of Hitler, and the Bandera forces are the forces that the United States are supporting in Ukraine. 4 years ago, the United States government said, we cannot support the Azov battalion because they are fascists. And now the United States is putting money from the Congress and your hard-earned money to support fascists. So we from the Global Pan-African Movement said, we are not choosing sides in this war in Ukraine. This war must end. The United States should not bully Africans, and the United States strategy for Africa is another backdoor presentation for the United States Africa Command, because the United States have no interest in Africa other than a military interest to dominate and destroy Africa.
Thank you very much, Prof. And there's so much coming. I'm sure you have your thoughts and you have questions, and we're hoping that we'll have much time for questions and answers. I just wanted to reiterate one point that Prof made, which our guest online made earlier, which has to do with that from the Cold War, even prior to that till date, a lot of the time, African position has been non-aligned. It doesn't matter whether you're Russia or you're America. We should not be pressured to back any side. And African had been a strong part of the non-aligned movement. Of course, with time we've seen this breaking away because of, but I guess the position again, which is clearly being made, is no one has to pressure any African country to support their interests. We want an African or Pan-African. And today we are talking of African countries of 55, according to the African Union currently, including the Saharan Republic, which broke away from Morocco. So we are talking of 55 countries, and they should not be couched into supporting, no matter what the strength, whether economic sanctions or whatever. No one has had to pressure, or no one should pressure any country to back their interests, whether US, China, or Russia. So, Prof, thank you very much for clearly spelling those points out. We're going to take a last speaker, and then we'll open the floor for conversation. Our other guests couldn't join us from Sudan.
No.
But
They'll join us in the next panel, so
Yeah.
we'll switch our speakers.
Yes, but exactly. So he couldn't join this session. But in his stead, we are glad we have a video recording from the spokesperson of the Sudanese Professional Association. They have also been very vocal on the ground, championing citizenry approach to governance, alternative to what the West is basically trying to impose on Sudan. So we are glad that El Walid Ali, who joined us in this video recording, sharing this.
Dear colleagues, comrades, brothers and sisters. My name is Walid Ibrahim, spokesman of Sudanese Professional Association. KA, the Association of Different Sudanese Institutional Trade Unions. The association started forming 2012 as an extension for the Professional Union, which has significant role by 1985. The coup in 1989, the trade union was dissolved. All its leaders became designated or had to be that PA has a significant contribution
We thank El Walid Ali Ibrahim for the message. Now we have 15 minutes. We'll try to run up within 13, 14, so we conclude. The floor is open. For those who have joined us on Zoom as well, you are a part of us. If you can, please, you lift your hand and you will be spotlighted, and then you can have your conversation. I think we'll have our first outcome.
It's okay. Really, it's really just an announcement
Yes.
that even though we may have had poor sound quality here, all the videos will be online and you'll be able to hear them.
Thank you very much. Yes, including the special messages that were delivered by video. But for the first video we heard from a female guest, there is a second part which got truncated. All of them will be available and will be sent to those who have signed up for today's session. So the floor is open now. Questions, and please reach out to any of the participants. I believe we still have Mr. McMillan with us as well. If you have any question related to the lessons from the ASEAN region and how they've approached how Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, and the rest that we've heard from, in addition to our two panelists here, feel free to address the question to any of them.
Thank you. Real quickly, James, I'm glad you brought up this issue of engaging in the electoral arena. It is elected. I was wondering if you could also maybe the role of our people organizing around being not just individually going and pulling a lever, but also neglect like ballot initiative, referendums, and even nominations of people.
I will do that, but let me suggest that in order to maximize audience participation, either your comments or your questions, that maybe we take a block of 3 or 4, and then I will address that.
And if they can come to the front, easier to hear us.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so we can take 2 more questions if you have, and then we take response. Please go.
Yeah, I have a question.
yes.
Thank you for all the panelists for a very clear panel. My question is more so to kind of put to bed or to start thinking about this new imperialism of China and Africa. I think some of our panelists might be equipped to speak to us about why that is largely like a propaganda tool that's happening and kind of set the record straight about what kind of trade is generally beneficial for Africans and why this new China imperialist power is really a framing by the global West, and kind of speak more on that. Thank you.
Before I come to that, I'll sort of toot my own YouTube. I would urge you to go on YouTube and look for New World Coming, James Early, with Michaela Escar, talking about working class Pan-Africanism. And she takes up this question of China versus the West. With regard to the electoral arena, we are living in a society where the elite dominate in a 2-party system. The question of bourgeois democracy, or democracy within the context of neoliberal capitalism, means that specific sectors are exploited and excluded, and they struggle in 1 or 2 major ways to either become an equal part of that system, or they struggle to overturn it or transform it eventually. We are witnessing a major integration in that system, which is a democratic push to be the first Black woman, the first indigenous man, the first LGBT transportation director, etc. Those are democratic aspirations based on historical marginalization. And so that there is a thread of ethics and truth that we support with the general access of people who are prepared, but we do not support the project that they are to do. This is where This is where the political education has to come in. So Clyburn, who is now staying in the Democratic Party as the fourth person, no longer the third person, the octogenarian. This is a very sophisticated move. With Biden simultaneously saying we will move the primaries to North Carolina, where he was able to disrupt the motion of the Democratic Socialists, not just the individual Bernie Sanders, remembering that Bernie Sanders says this is not about who you elect, it's about you and how you hold that person accountable. Bernie Sanders did not create that motion of trade unionists, nurses, working family party, et cetera, existed pre-Bernie Sanders. He intersected them. This is not an advertisement for Bernie Sanders, but it is to suggest that the rise of democratic socialism, over 40% of young adults, many of you out there, identify with some sense of socialism. This is empirical data that we now have to turn into identifying and grooming stewards of governance to carry on the contradictions within the Democratic Party to the point that it is dismantled. Just as we have seen the destruction of the Republican Party, but we've got all of these liberals who are arguing, where is John McCain? Why can't we have the old duopoly of the competition between these two elites who serve the same project, but with just different ends? That's actually what's going on in society. So that the Working Families Party is one that I know very little about. I'm impressed with this young man, Mitchell, and his articulation, not about what he's about, but what that party is about, because they understand that the Republican Party is not our friend and that they have a tactical alliance with those who are in battle within the Democratic Party. You always have to examine what is the correlation of contending forces. And while your viewpoint might be, and I suggest it should be, beyond those contending forces, what is to be done starts with engaging what is being done. So that's what I think we have to do, is we have to identify stewards of governance with great ethics that collaborate with us, and we have to demand that collaboration and get out of this sort of scenario where we wait every 2 to 4 years to see who won or who lost. We, the demos, you know what that term means? The demos, ordinary citizens, that's what the term demos means. Prasha, power, the power of ordinary citizens. And how do we express that in an organized form and situate ourselves in the global governance that we are connected to, whether we understand it or not? I'll start by saying Biden, this has yesterday, or will this today invite African countries to join the G20. And this is something that the average citizen, black, white, green, polka dot, LGBTQ in the United States, does not have a clue about what is going on. And it is our responsibility, the applied intellectuals, the applied analysts and academics, the left-wing organizing parties, it is our political education responsibility to bring this information to the average organized citizens and her and his organizational group, and to say, this is being done in your name. This is the stake that you have in this situation. So that's why I say that the electoral battlefront, it is not the most important. The most important are citizens' organizations. But it is one that we cannot forsake because it is where governance is designed and executed.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, sir. And we will take, Mr. McMillan, can you attempt addressing briefly the second question from Mahi on China and Africa and this so-called Chinese imperialist agenda on the continent?
Sure, thank you, brother. I would offer two points on that front. First and foremost, there's a lot of, how shall we say, demonization and mythology going on in terms of how in the West, the painting of the picture that somehow China is the, quote unquote, imperialist or colonizing force on the continent today. which is always very interesting when quote unquote colonizers are the one throwing the label around. Secondly, I would make the point that, and this is one factual point, the only reason why, in terms of official development assistance, for example, that China has even become a player in that game is because we know after decades and decades of official development assistance coming from the West via IMF, World Bank structural adjustment programs, many developing countries began to say, wow, we need some alternatives. And China positioned itself as one of the kinds of alternatives. And therefore it became now, fast forward today, is a much bigger player, still small relative to the Paris Club and debt that the World Bank and IMF and other donors still have out there, so to speak. But as we see from the narrative, all this focus now on like China is putting countries into debt. China is the one that's basically stealing countries' ports or whatever because they can't pay those debts, so to speak. But the point, a third point I would make in this question is, and I think we raised it a bit earlier, on many of these kinds of international economic kinds of dynamics, China is really not, again, an intellectual visionary leader in terms of really putting forth progressive alternatives. They may put forth some alternatives, but we may critique the real progressiveness or lack thereof nature of it. And I say that point to say that, again, in relative terms for, for a country like Angola to say, okay, we won't borrow from the IMF or World Bank, but we'll take money from China, and then China links that assistance to maybe accessing Angolan oil. Those relationships, which again, relatively new or different from the historical ones, from my point of view, in some ways do sort of repeat or perpetuate sort of the same old types of dynamics. They don't really represent something as something really that's truly progressive as an alternative. And again, we all probably would agree. Have the quote unquote governments on the continent, have they demanded that when they went to the alternative, that the quote unquote China provided a real alternative? Or they just say, hey man, we'll take the same old thing, just take it from you now. And because you guys will ask for fewer quote unquote conditionalities, and the Chinese again, not necessarily being truly visionary intellect. Oh, well, they'll accept the same old thing. We'll just pretty much copycat, what the bank and the fund have been doing. Maybe we'll package it different ways, those kinds of things. So I think, again, demonization is being done on purpose, but at the same time, in some ways, these examples of alternatives between China and Africa, we can find some exceptions, building new, buildings for the AU and those kinds of things, maybe doing some more road construction that don't just simply move resources from a mine to a port, bypassing this actual society, so to speak. There are exceptions to those things. And I think it's always relevant to highlight those examples of where a Chinese investor is actually doing something to the benefit of the society where they're investing in. But broadly speaking, I think in a lot more propaganda than real nuanced critique and analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Mili. And I'll give Prof a chance. And Prof, I will tie that in with an exception that the organizers of this event raised with a US August 2022 strategy, with a sub-Saharan Africa strategy. I will tie that in so you could perhaps conclude on that since we are short of time.
Okay, thank you. I think everybody's made the point that this sub-Saharan Africa is an insult to Africa, because the idea of sub-Saharan Africa is racist, because it comes from the Pentagon's view that North Africa is part of the Arab world, and what happened in Egypt could not have come from Africans. So we have a policy for North Africa, which is different from Africa. So the policy itself is racist. And we in the Global Pan-African Movement do not use the formulation sub-Saharan Africa. So the US policy towards Africa is racist in principle and in reality, and its intellectual foundation, because no progressive Africanist scholar will use the question of sub-Saharan Africa. I think the points that have been covered by James and by Mark are well taken. I want to just underline what Brother Walid has said from Sudan. It's been 3 years since the Sudanese revolution has removed the military. In the 3 years that the Sudanese revolutionary removed the military, and Walid is a spokesperson for the Sudanese Professional Association. In the 3 years, they've been having demonstrations every day to remove the military. But who is it that is keeping the militaries in power? United States, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. So here's a case where the African people in the Sudan are fighting for freedom from Islamicists, militarists, and the United States of America is aligned with Russia, with those militaries, and with the people in Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. That is why we have to define for ourselves what's going on in global Africa. Global Pan-African movement stands in solidarity with the revolution in the Sudan. The revolution in the Sudan is at the forefront of the African revolution today. And we cannot have a session on the United States relations with Africa without condemning the United States military support for Saudi Arabia and for United Arab Emirates in Yemen and what they're doing in Yemen. That's what I want to say.
And a big round of applause to our guests today. Yes, and we are 2 minutes behind time, so I want to say a big thank you to all for this session. And big thanks to Mr. McNeely, to our two panelists here, Mr. James Ellie and Prof. Campbell, for this opportunity. And a big thanks to you, our guests. Another big round of applause to you and to all those who are joining us online. Thank you, and I'll hand it back to Mariam and the team. I guess we'll take a couple minutes break, or we just go right into the next session.
3 minutes break.
3 minutes break. If you can use the bathroom quickly, and then we come for our next session. Thank you. Okay.
Wow, I've been there. I did, but I took
We're in good hands. I'm not gonna say we could die tomorrow, but I told him that I jumped the thing. I told him I have not. Maggie, could you hear something? This door, where she's at service. Ah, okay. Maggie, how you doing?
Woodrow, yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. You have great country. Very respect. No, I didn't. Horace, we did beverage. I thought I
And the other man brought that in.
Unfortunately, this was a day I was hanging out. I don't have to take my years, I'm going to, I'm going to be. She said, I just can't food and beans. I can't say I can stay on.
You want to.
Yeah. Okay, okay. All right. Thank you. Take care.
Oh.
Hi.
Yeah, I was also happy.
You're really gonna.
I'll be super sure. Yeah, I actually.
No, not yet.
That's okay.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. So we're coming down to our second to last session. We've made a few adjustments to this session in the period of time because we want to really try to finish on time. We don't want to, like their sister has been with us all day, and so we really want to respect the time. So two of our presenters, Dr. Pierre Tichin and Dr. Fernand J. Wilkins, we've asked to be part of the questions period in the period of time. So I mean, I
apologize to them that they're not able to do their presentation, but in questions they can raise, some of the points they wanted to raise in their presentation. We're going to start with Husamadin Ishmael, who's a member of the Resistance Committee in Old Oregon, and he's online. So I'm really going to ask you, brother, to you can try to stick to not more than 10 minutes, because we really are stuck.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I'm Husamuddin Ismail, an active member of Old Omdurman Resistance Committees. I would like to thank the organizers of this esteemed gathering of allowing me to talk in a few minutes about the history, the presence, and the future of resistance committees in Sudan. Actually, we are now approaching the borderline of the 4th year of the Sudanese revolution by the next 19th of December 2022. And throughout these 4 years, resistance committees have been contributing seriously to to guiding the Sudanese revolution, helping it navigating through variant hurdles in both internal and external hurdles. And I have a trust that most of the presence are following what's happening right now in Sudan after the recent signature of the framework of another document between civilian forces and the military junta. And these signatures have been taking place under the custody of the tripartite and the quartet partite led by the United States of America, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and the African Union. And from resistance committee's perspective, the recent signature, although it's theoretically going to put an end, a theoretical end of the 25th of October coup d'etat, but we think that this signature will be only under a recess for the junta, allowing them to take breath by the help of the United States and its allies in the region to reshape or reorganize the scene for the assistance of the counter-revolutionary forces. Deeply, we're understanding in the resistance committee is that the economic situation right now is pushing hard on unfortunate strata in Sudanese society. And we are approaching a line after which maybe we are engaging in a civil war or intervention of UN forces under Chapter 7. But we think that this signature of the framework, recent framework, is premature to take the Sudanese revolution into safe havens. And we think that we are a little bit far from fulfilling most of the targets of the Sudanese revolution. The resistance committees are very precise and determinant about the objectives of the revolution. Sudanese resistance committees are not considering themselves as a political entity which intermediates tactics or pragmatism to fulfill their targets. They are principle. They believe in principles, in targets, in peaceful protests against the junta, against the counter-revolution forces, and they use traditional and classic but effective ways to express their ideas, their opinions, and their beliefs in the future of Sudan. The recent signature between the parties theoretically is leading to put an end of the coup d'etat, but at the same time, it has given impunity to the junta, allowing them to escape from genocides being committed after the coup, and the most famous genocide of the 3rd of June, 2019, named the massacre of the headquarters, of the army headquarters. All the world knew about this massacre. This impunity has been granted by the American ambassador and his allies, KSA, United Arab Emirates, Egypt, and under the turning of blind eye of FFC, Forces of Free and Freedom, Forces of FFC, Forces of Freedom and Change. And in resistance committees, there are many right now, two major opinions. The dominating opinion, which is we should not allow this happening, this impunity to take place, because once we give a chance to materialize in the next or in the second transitional period, it means that this impunity will extend to the fourth democracy if happened. And we think that United States is involving in this impunity because United States doesn't want Russia and China to have an inlet inside Africa. And we have been sitting, we have met the American ambassador few weeks ago, telling us that maybe it might be wise and practical, literally practical, for resistance committees to sit with the junta and have a settlement with them, because they are deeply rooted in the state, and they're controlling everything in Sudan since independence, etc. Our opinion was that revolution raised up against this kind of thoughts. Revolution have been always targeting, changing, or putting a platform of not literally a radical change, but a platform of steady and conceptual change in the way Sudanese should govern themselves. And unfortunately, we confronted this kind of thinking from a state, a great country that theoretically disseminate the conception and the culture of democracy around the world. But we were shocked that this is the way United States is thinking regarding the Sudanese revolution. At the end, we concluded that it's only about not giving a chance for Russia and China to have a foot in Sudan. It's not. It's never about allowing Sudanese people to choose their way or to establish a modern state based on diversity and based on democracy. The second point is that now resistance communities finding themselves between the concessions political parties provided to the junta and the pressure, the international pressure led by United States against resistance committees to put an end for peaceful resistance against the deeply rooted Islamic State, which the junta are covering or protecting in a way or in another. In the coming period, resistance committees are thinking to deeply or to extend their relationships, especially those committees who agree on the necessity of continuing this resistance for the sake of bringing justice to the fathers and mothers of the martyrs, to return the looted fortune which the junta right now are managing on behalf of the Sudanese people, and to establish an independent state, state that independent from intervention, international intervention, and regional intervention. By international intervention, we mean the competition, the classic competition between United States and Russia and China. And by the regional intervention, we mean the intervention of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Emirates in manipulating the future of Sudan. These in few lines, what the resistance committees are about in the coming period. We are expecting open scenarios. We don't know how things will be, especially that the framework is not yet mature. Still, there are 4 conferences to be held to complete the agreement between FFC and the junta. A conference regarding the status quo of the transitional justice. How are we going to deal with the massacre of the 3rd of June, the massacres being committed by the junta post 25th of October, the massacres that have been committed by security apparatus in 2018 up to the fall of the Bashir, and the massacres that have been committed since 1989. Another conference regarding the concerning the peace agreement, Juba peace agreement, a 3rd conference regarding the constitution, and a 4th conference regarding the restoration of Sudanese armed forces, the integration of rapid support forces inside the official army, along with the integration of the several armed entities whom are part of Juba Civil Agreement. If these 4 conferences came to a conclusion, then I think the framework or the signature will be complete. But still, the resistance committees will have some concerns about bringing justice to the murderers and the perpetrators of the genocide crimes, especially of that of the 3rd of June. For us, finally, the massacre of the 3rd of June is the revolutionary meter, if we can say that, from which we see the future of justice in Sudan, the stability, socio-economic stability, and political stability in Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. So we're going to move on to our second presenter, Dr. Michael Ralph. Dr. Ralph is a chair of the Department of African American Studies and the founding director of the Center for Equitable Economy and Sustainable Society at Howard University. His research explores slavery for forensics, incarceration, insurance, actuarial science, and algorithms through a sustained focus on strategies of profiling forms of debt.
All right, thank you. It's a good honor to be here. I'm and all the organizers, Mr. Johnson, and the entire team, the global center. It's been illuminating and reading all kinds of ways. So this panel kind of takes up 2 different themes, and I want to touch on both of them. The first one really quickly, and the second one is sort of in different ways. Before I let some of the insight shared today. So first is reparations, and then also kind of the so I guess I want to say a bit about how I think of reparations that draws on the research I've done around the history of life insurance, slave insurance, and just the question of how we decide how much someone's life is worth. I think often when we talk about reparations, people kind of focus on whether or not it's feasible, they focus on cost, now. They sort of might not know what kind of paradigm to use with that. The way I think about the reparations question is related to how we tend to think about like fatal accidents. Like you think about, for instance, 911, it was an atrocity. People weren't sure how to value life. Thousands of people died in the incident, and yet Congress decided that they weren't even going to decide how much available, that they leave it to the primary and legal team to decide how much they should get. And typically in that kind of scenario, people would go based on your life insurance policy or something like that. They decided that they're all citizens who died, they would extend it to not kind of strictly based on bias, right? And ultimately, I just want to point out that Ken Feinberg and his team have managed a number of different cases like this: Agent Orange, the post-Michael shooting, Boston Marathon massacre, the Virginia Tech shooting. In each case, the party who was understood to be liable came up with a dollar amount and process for deciding the victim. They decided how they evaluate them, and they. But I think in some ways the most important thing to do is something like reparations, is about the process, to not sort of vex about the paradigm, but to act as if it's possible to do, but to just treat it like you would all other kinds of injuries. Decide that, you'll tally the scale of the injustice, like the amount of money generated, billions or trillions of dollars over X amount of time for the descendants of slavery. We'll decide how many people are involved and make that adjudication be as straightforward, even if it's as uncomfortable as how to adjudicate a car accident or life. I think those are really interesting examples, because in those cases, people don't necessarily think that the value, the monetary value of the loved one is reducible to that settlement, yet they accept that as the most normal process. I think that part of the historical work we can do, to be doing, is to tally up the net cost of certain centuries of exploitation and enslavement and colonization, decide that that's the amount that ought to be paid, decide who ought to be paid, and let that just be the governing principle, whether or not it's actually feasible. And as a kind of thought experiment, I thought, inspired by Robert Meister's work on 2008 bailout, because he pointed out that most American citizens were against the bailout when Congress decided to pass legislation for bailout anyway. And ultimately, when you take the net cost of the bailout and the monetary value of it, if you were to give it to all the sort of citizens, pay taxes in that year rather than corporations, it works out to be like over $100,000 per tax. So there's a way in which even a sum of money that seems utterly inconceivable, that money is given to citizens rather than corporations, would have been like a kind of stimulus. Like you taxpayers get over $100,000 rather than bringing on the Wall Street. So I think methodologically you should think of the reparations ways like other kinds of and towards settlement solutions, that it's quite possible to use similar methodology to deliver payment to all of these who are influenced by enslavement. And the other point I sort of want to make in my remarks draws from something that Greenwood mentioned. He pointed out earlier that only one African country doesn't have a relationship with the U.S. military, and that is Eritrea. And I think that's interesting to point out, because we were talking about alternative frameworks and whether alternative frameworks exist and what it would mean to explore various kinds of frameworks for development. And that's not to say that there aren't plenty of critiques that can should be made about the Eritrean government, because there are, and all kinds of policy suggestions that could and should be implemented. But I do think it's interesting that, when we reflect on the story of struggle in different countries, Eritrea. I remember as a child, my first exposure to East Africa probably was watching We Are the World, the kind of campaign about famine in East Africa. And, seeing, Quincy Jones and Michael Jackson and Cindy Lauper all thinking about, this kind of catastrophe in Africa. And years later, I was kind of struck by the fact that at that time, first of all, the famine was in many ways caused by the imperial policy by Selassie and consolidating resources, but also that there was an armed struggle for liberation taking place at the same time. That was not discussed and that was overlooked. And I think that when we are thinking about, certain kind of lessons and insights about different kinds of struggles and revolutionary movements, it's worth reflecting on this kind of act of colonization, one act, another, that is, but also, I think, it raises an interesting contradiction, because what does it mean when we talk about imperialism and colonization? Sometimes we're thinking about the West and then Europe. But as James earlier was encouraging us to do, we have to think in more nuanced ways about who are the antagonists and who are, which parties are injured by various kinds of conflicts. And that also offers us other kinds of insights about solutions, because Mark Milley was talking about, certain Asian countries that have decided they're not going to abide by the dictates of the IMF or World Bank or follow UN directives. And in that regard, we're voting that Eritrea is consistently rejected, various kind of UN directives or the advice, suggestions of international lending, governing agencies, or not participating in structural adjustment. And what would it mean for other African countries to take that up as a project? And what kinds of solidarity can that engender? What kinds of regional, forms of economic and political organization could ensue from a stronger stance, a certain kind of autonomy, a sort of more collective sense of province for the region. So I just want to toss those things out there for the discussion. I look forward to it.
Thank you for that contribution. Is David Moyer online? He's not. Okay, so we'll move on to our final presenter, Jessica Mitchell Ayiwor, who's a member of the Global Pan-African Group of South America. She is a reparationist and multicultural communication specialist based in Washington, D.C. area. She is the founder of the National Black Culture Information Trust, which shares cultural information, stories, and resources that help the collective freedom of Black communities of breaking culture.
Thank you for having me. Thank you to all my comrades for putting this together. I also am a member of I'm a commissioner on the National African American Reparations Commission, and I'm a member of the National Coalition of Black Reparations in America, specifically. So there's been various conversations about reparations happening, especially since, I guess, the end of 2019, where a lot of things started revving up right before the 2020 election. But so much has happened in these last 3 years. But I wanted to kind of do like a brief overview of reparations movement in the United States, some reparations movement happening on the continent and in the Caribbean, and then kind of go back to more of what I specialize in, which is the reparations movement in the United States, but also how it connects to the Pan-African world and understanding comprehensive reparations. So reparations for Africans and people of African descent is a global issue focusing on repair for the harms of slavery, genocide, Jim Crow, colonialism. And in the United States, the African descendants pushing for reparative justice. We're doing it at both the local and national level. So one of the biggest news stories right now is what's happening in California with California Reparations Task Force, but also Evanston, Illinois, which is a smaller initiative. However, it's literally the first ever time someone actually got a check. Like it didn't happen before. Evanston is the first, regardless of criticism of the initiative, regardless of the size of it, because it's just a small amount of people receiving it. It's the first, so it is very historic and it's kind of laying the groundwork for understanding how we can move forward. Even though reparations is way more than about a check or money or anything like that, but it's just an example of, gosh, it took all the way up to 2021, something like that to happen. So it just shows people how hard it is to get these kinds of things accomplished, big or small. But we've been creating various reparations commissions, task force, advocating for HR 40, the commission to study and develop reparations proposals for African Americans. In April of 2021, the House Judiciary Committee voted to bring HR 40 out of the committee for the first time in 30 years, which opened up the possibility for it to be brought to the House floor, but then it went stagnant. So there's been all these different pushes to try to get it to the House floor for a vote, and it just has not happened. And so now activists are trying to push the Biden administration to issue an executive order to at least get the commission started. And then we can take it from there. That hasn't happened yet either, but that's the goal. The leading advocates for this charge are NARC and COBRA. There's also the December 12th movement, the Malcolm X grassroots movement, the movement for Black Lives, which is more youth-led. So that's kind of what's going on right now in the United States. There's an ongoing push for reparations in Kenya, associated with the Mau Mau uprising and the torture that Kenyans face, and the mass human rights violations. There was a settlement out of court in 2019. However, not every member of the Mau Mau Rebellion or Kenyan that was affected is a recipient of the reparations that would have occurred through that settlement, and still is like an ongoing issue and internal struggle. Then there's reparations in Namibia for the Herero Nama genocide. This happened under German colonial forces in 1904 to 1908. And within this mass killing, there was an agreement later for Germany to pay 940 pounds. However, it's getting paid to the government of Namibia. And so like the activists on the ground that were pushing for reparations to go to the people believe that this isn't the right move, and that the right folks are not getting, that the money isn't being distributed in the way that it should be. Okay. And then more recently, there have been calls within Barbados, Jamaica, Haiti, Caribbean nations to receive reparations from the United Kingdom and France, and make the Western world take accountability for what it has done to African descendants that are in the Caribbean. And the entity leading that task is CARICOM. And they published a report in May 2018 that recommended 10 various areas of reparatory justice that include like debt cancellation, gender equality initiatives, healthcare, youth education, etc. There's also been a push for reparations in Ghana and Nigeria. And in in 2014, there was the National Colonial Legislation in Nigeria. And there's just this ongoing push for both nations to try to get a framework created to get reparations for stolen resources, for artwork, for colonialism, etc. But of course, a lot of work is still to be done. And overall, for the entire Pan-African world, another major issue is climate justice. This is of extreme importance because climate justice and what's happening currently with climate change further perpetuate the harms that occurred during slavery and colonialism. There's further displacement, there's housing issues, food insecurity, various health concerns. So back to the United States. Another concern are internal elements. Internal elements within the United States. So reparations is usually explored or discussed as an issue that unifies, but currently there are elements using the reparations movement to make it more divisive, to divide Black communities. One of these elements is the lineage-based movement first pushed by American Descendants of Slavery. Now another group, Foundation of Black Americans, which is spin-off, uses reparations issue to promote nativism and xenophobia. And so advocates that have been working on this for a really long time have been exploring various ways of explaining to our community and from within what we need to best move forward on this initiative, on this various initiatives that we have for reparations. And so far, we are pushing for comprehensive reparations. Comprehensive reparations are sometimes referred to as harms-based reparations. And they would focus on specifically repairing the harm endured by Black communities with African descent due to chattel slavery, Jim Crow, systemic racism, and other continuing vestiges, with forward-thinking initiatives to safeguard the future of Black America, also regardless of national origin. And comprehensive reparation would include three primary time periods. Again, it would include, or I'm not sure if it's three exactly, but transatlantic slave trade, intra-American slave trade, and chattel slavery will kind of fall under an era. And then Jim Crow U.S. apartheid system, and then modern day systemic racism. And then comprehensive reparations would recognize that each period of harm can't be disconnected from each other. And that when seeking to repair national or larger scale initiatives, we have to understand that not only did it occur within these eras, but they can't be like broken apart. So for example, California task force is doing this amazing thing where they have issued the first part of this master report. Let me know if I'm running out of time or if I'm already, okay, a couple minutes. They are, one of the things they did was limit reparations eligibility to a descendant of an enslaved person or a free Black person by the year of 1900. One of the reasons people were trying to make it so strict is because they didn't want Black immigrants to be able to receive reparations. Because there's this idea, this scarcity idea. The reality is there really weren't that many Black immigrants in the state of California anyway before 1965. And so making it really restrictive actually harms Black American communities more than anyone, because now we have to go through these fact-finding expeditions, setting up briefing bureau things again and trying to look up people's enslavement records. When also what is also interesting is many Black Californians are descendants of migrants from southern states. So it's kind of setting up an interesting picture where if we get to the legislature, if this becomes like what if, and this is not a small what if, they decide to only give reparations to folks that can prove they have ancestors enslaved in the state of California, then nobody's getting it. Like maybe a few people will get it, but like it will drastically reset. But this push, this divisive push to try to make things so restrictive, because maybe a Black immigrant might get a few pennies on the table, which none of us are getting any right now, has made it so that it actually harms the majority population, because now we are making our own communities jump through larger hoops when it could have just been proof of residency from 1965. Because then you would include Jim Crow and not have people having to dig up slave records. But so when we think of comprehensive reparations, we have to think about, even as we move forward with our own initiatives, how will it impact our community? What are the things that we're doing to make it easier to access? And thinking about reparations again beyond monetary compensation, but really there's a professor, Olufemi Taiwo, talks about world making. and really changing the structures and the systems that exist currently overall for the betterment of people of African descent. So I'll just stop there.
Thank you for that, Jessica. So we've had two things here. One, the resistance movement in Sudan and issues around reparations, reproductive justice. So let us have some comments and questions regarding those two issues. I would first like to ask if either Fanon Wilkins or Pierre Tiching are online, if they would like to make just a couple of comments or questions related to what has been said. As I said, I'm sorry that you were cut from your presentation, but in the spirit of time, we had to do that. So I'll give you first, chance if you have something you want to say. If not, we'll take questions.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
What's that? Fanon, okay, Fanon.
How's everyone? Thank you so much for.
Sorry for cutting you from the program, but you can have a.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. No, I just want to first of all, just say thank you for having me. It's been a phenomenal last several hours in terms of the conference in general. It's great to see a lot of my good brothers and sisters who I've come of age with, Brother Michael Ralph there, as well as, of course, Baba Samora Horace and McKinney had a hand in raising me. And then my brother, Mark Mealy, I just wanted to give a shout. But just want to say that what I appreciate about the conference and what I've appreciated today is, and one takeaway is nuance. I think that we have to really move with a sense of nuance and recognize the complexity in the challenges that solidarity present for us. And I think that in my own work, historically, I've done a lot of work on Pan-Africanism and solidarity, and I had a particular investment in seeing these things come into fruition and work in a way that was mutually beneficial for all involved. But it's really much more difficult and more challenging than that. And so I just want to urge us to continue to move with an ethics of care, a sense of empathy for one another, and to really value our collective humanity and put it above political labels and things of that nature that oftentimes obscure more than they illuminate. So I just want to thank everybody, and it's been very, very fruitful, and I appreciate being here.
Thank you, Fanon. Pierre, did you want to say something? No? Okay, so I'll open it to questions to the floor, comments, questions to the floor. Or online, anyone who's online?
If no one has questions, we'll just follow.
That's true. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks to the panelists for the conversation. I'm particularly interested in preparation. And I'm glad to hear the comprehensive approach as you explained it. I want to, I'm a Ghanaian and coming from Ghana. I'm glad recently I heard the president of Ghana, President Akufo-Addo, speak up at the UN General Assembly on preparation. And I'm saying so because I realize still there are pockets, and you rightly mentioned recently Germany decided to actually come and Kenya. We hardly see a lot of African countries picking up when it comes to mostly here in the US, we're seeing it growing in the Caribbean. And I'm glad that you brought it up. Collectively, what do we do? And maybe not just to the speaker alone, but collectively, what do we do to raise this voice and to see that really it's not just a need, but it's long overdue that this ought to be done. And much more so, those of us from still on the continent of Africa, our heads of state are going to be here. They're going to be meeting the White House. They're going to be meeting President Biden and the rest. what should be our message that we should be championing, and what should they be bringing to the table when it comes specific to reparations, knowing that Ghana, for example, deserves some reparations from hundreds of years of British colonialism. Nigeria, we can cut across, of course, and then bringing it to the United States and the Caribbean. What should be the message, and how do we see this building this one force, to be able to speak with one voice, without again being, or at least being cautious of that kind of division? People who want to use excuses, so division. Thank you.
I wasn't, but then I noticed that the concept of reparatory justice, I found it glaring because there has been a lot of analysis and research in terms of, is it actually sufficient to give a payment, however esoteric you want to come up with a theory, a positive theorem or whatever. I like that. What was it you said? It was a thought pattern. What would you say? Yeah, no. But the issue is a payment, whatever the size, however it's determined, sufficient actually to address the overall societal harm that has occurred and continues to affect not just African descendants, but every member of society. So where is the discussion that lets us understand how fundamental changes can be made and how people are socialized away from the kinds of thought processes that allow them to make the choices that they made historically? And even in terms of Africa, yes, and I think there's that wonderful chart in how you're going to develop Africa, where Rodney shows the 100-year or 300-year pattern and the stagnation in Africa's population because of the human trade. And there's a very fundamental reality to why Africa didn't develop as it should have. And so, yes, there is that, but there's also the need, and this is part of reparatory justice for me, there's also the need to have a discussion among Africans, because I can't tell you how many times, people have said to me, Africans on the continent, well, that's not my issue, that's your issue, that happens there. And so there's a need to repair African cultures as much as the US and even the Caribbean. So and I know we can't cover everything, but I just hope that there is more room for discussion around reparatory justice, which for me takes into some greater account some very significant issues.
Greetings, comrade. Thank you so much to all the organizers for making this phenomenal podium today possible. Nice to be able to be online and thank you to the question continues the conversation around reparations. So I've just come back from the competition and the loss and damage fund. The first recognition of the importance of reparations for countries disproportionately impacted by the harm done, and many of us. So I guess I just wonder, you touched on climate and reparations. That what if you could delve a bit to what your thoughts are on the front, and hopefully that it could provide that for CARICOM that's pushing this, but also that and others.
I think okay. I just first thank you for the really rich questions. So that I wanted to jump in before I forget, because I feel like there's so much there. But I just want to make like 4 quick points on this question of for reparative justice. So first, I think what to say, I think at the heart of reparations question is about I think if you're a Western nation that positions yourself as a diplomatic leader, there's a stance there that you're democratic as opposed to rogue state, democratic as opposed to terrorist, etc. So if you are democratic and if you understand yourself to be a leader, you also be held accountable for wrongs, war crimes, right? So I think at the heart of, in the same way that like when a corporation is found liable for injury or killing people, it has to pay some kind of redress, restitution, called reparation, in order to be in good standing, right? And I think related to climate, BP is an excellent example, right? Because people are rising oil spill. I mean, technically 11 people died, but what is the net damage to the Gulf Coast? It's incalculable, right? Like it's like for generations, maybe for hundreds of years, wildlife in the Gulf Coast is destroyed. That takes me to the next point, which is like the monetary sum. So sometimes people will say like, well, what does it mean to put a monetary value on it, right? And again, I think I would say, well, we don't think that our family member is their life is reducible to life insurance policy. They pay to die suddenly without notice. Yet we would also think it's injustice. Don't receive that, or God forbid someone loses a child in an automobile accident like that. We would expect some form of redress. And so I think it doesn't have to be that the figure actually matches the crime. You to think that there should be some kind of figure attached to a greater injustice. Beyond that, I think if the damages are high enough, it could be like getting an entirely different form of social organization. For instance, what if someone says, okay, the violence of slavery and colonization are in the trillion limit, right? And it's so high, you can't even just pay people a check. And just to a check, it's as if, U.S. government owes each Black person $10 million. That could mean maybe that like for generations, Black people go to university for free healthcare, museums, parks, libraries are free. It would be essentially like getting a socialist society in terms of what it would be to actually implement that plan. So I think it's like saying that the debt that the government owes to the people is so great, you need a new form of government to be able to deliver on that. You know what I'm saying? So I think calculating is very important because it matters if it's 10 billion or 10 trillion. It matters if it can be resolved in a generation or it takes 10 generations. So I think that's important. Let's say quickly. Sometimes there's a kind of debate about, okay, we need to take time, committees study because we need to make sure the figure is right. But I actually don't think that reparation payments have to be a one-time thing. In the same way that like BP is liable for the oil spill, but then also Exxon is liable for the Exxon Valdez oil spill from Alaska, or the individual shooters in the Pulse nightclub saying they're liable. So God forbid, if someone was implicated in one of those atrocities, they get one check. So in the same way, you can say, oh, the British are liable for what they did in Kenya, but then also what they did in Jamaica, but also in Guyana. And so it's like really just about accountability. It's about liability, but it's not as if someone's saying like, look, you have to figure out exactly what the British did because once they cut that check, you're not getting another one. It doesn't have to be that way. The same way that if they're guilty for that and liable for that, and I think the last thing I'll say about it is, I actually think the reason why it's often not taken seriously is actually just very fundamentally to be able to make a claim on what someone owes you, you have to be taken seriously at a certain level, understand how to be subject. But I just don't think people value Black people in that way. That's like the most obvious explanation. The same way that there's white people in the US who have sued the police and won for millions of dollars just by being mistreated by them, right? And there's Black families who lost people, Black people who were unarmed, killed by police and got nothing. You know what I mean? And that just goes to show you what they think of Black life. And I think part of the debate, in the same way we've been having a conversation all day about like how Western nations do African countries, it's like, oh, Western nations know some of the things they've done to African countries they did to not African countries they have to pay. They just don't think that they have to pay those countries and those people the same way. So, yeah, Haiti, even things with Haiti, not just the gross injustice of colonization and enslavement, but even calling UN workers to Haiti after the January 12, 2010 earthquake, and there was a cholera outbreak, right? That later discovered probably the UN was self-responsible for that, right? Even that, like, to me, is a good case for reparations. Like, maybe it's just $5 million, $10 million for that specific event, but they're liable for that. They're responsible for that, right? So I just think that it's repositioning Black people and after that exploitation to instill some kind of accountability and to kind of all countries to task and say, okay, you want to be legitimate. Because the thing is, the reason why legitimacy matters to these nations because they want to be leaders of the world. If they would just sort of invest that often they're just kind of swashbucklers and opportunists, they wouldn't have to pay reparations, right? They could say, oh look, we just exploit countries whenever we can. But they don't want to say that. They want to actually be leaders for the free world. So like you can't have it both ways. You can't both want to be in good standing and legitimate and also not pay what you owe. You can just admit your dastardly and not pay what you owe. Then we'll just view like outlaws and pirates and like things like that, but they want the veneer of legitimacy. So I think you can't have it both ways.
I think that's interesting because I wonder sometimes, would we be helping them with the veneer?
Yeah, maybe so, but like, get something from it as well. And right now they have not even, at least.
Yes, and so I also wanted to get that comment on the reparations for folks most impacted by industrialization. And I think in terms of repair, kind of goes back into that world where the repair would be forward thinking, futuristic thinking, like preparing nations that were harmed by industrialization or climate change with sustainability, making it sustainable for the future because we know there's going to be more floods, there's going to be more hurricanes, tornadoes, drought, all these different types of things. How do we make it? So how do we protect the future of these nations? And I think that preparatory justice should account for the future part of it. So like funding, but building to protect us future. I wanted to get back to some other points, but I can't remember them all. But I just wanted to uplift some reparative justice that's currently like in the works, like the Tulsa massacre. And I think that is a good example of like the whole not limiting reparations to one check, like an ongoing thing. Because honestly, not only are we dealing with like local, federal, but then the community-based harms, like what happened in Tulsa. And currently, the eldest, there is like 3 people that qualify, which is ridiculous, but because they were alive during the time and they're in their hundreds. And the city is literally just waiting for them to die so they don't have to pay it. But if we looked at reparations more comprehensively and beyond one check or beyond one mode of repair, then it would include all of those members of the community whose families were impacted and not just be limited to 3 people. Also want to uplift the Gullah Geechee down south. Land lost continues to be lost, and there is currently like a land back movement that's going on that kind of reaches back to the Republic of New Africa's initiative for us to have land in the South. But this is land that's taken directly from families with the rising cost of taxes, property taxes, and things like that. And then get into like what do we do collectively? And the more I'm in this thing, the more, I really want us to be one sound, one band, but it's not, it ain't doing that. But I think the folks that want to be on one accord, that we have to stay focused on the overall purpose, which is healing and repair, and try our very best not to become divided over certain issues that may work themselves out as we just continue to move forward and just not allow ourselves to be stagnant. And so there are groups various groups of folks that are in like different coalitions that meet monthly from across the continent and the United States and the Caribbean to try to work on stuff to really move the reparations movement forward.
Okay, thank you. We've come to the end of this panel, and I will turn it over to our final panel so that we can close out our wonderful day.
We are.
I know I do a few yarns.
Well, thank you everybody for staying with us. Well, let me start off with my name. My name is Mahda Tarak Abrahan. I also go by Mahi. I'm also with the Global Pan-African Movement. I'm vice chairperson, and I'm very happy to be here to have shared this space and conversation with all of you present with us in person and online. So we're gonna do it like a brief, because our intention when we began is really to come out with a resolution of what different forces, African forces, progressive forces are thinking and want to come out of the summit amongst the people that care about Africa. So I'm just going to start us off with like a general conclusion of what we discussed and kind of a brief overview of each panel. But please do, like, if we're missing things that were said, the point of this particular like last conclusion is to collectively come up with a resolution. So the point of our event was to provide a comprehensive understanding of U.S.-Africa relations, and through our day-to-day, through a discussion of imperialism, capitalism, and militarism, our speakers have brought to light the global interconnected system that we are fighting against. So we began with the question of, and Brother Isam began us with the question of what is imperialism and what is it doing in Africa. And so we identified a chain of processes that led to the undermining of sovereignty. It led to the extraction and appropriation of land and resources and the exploitations of African people. And in the process, the undermining of their social reproduction. And then we asked, how is imperialism working? In Libya and Congo, and through Brother Mark Mimi's analysis, we said militarism, financial warfare, and plunder. Through Brother Hussam, Adin, and Walid, they showed us how imperialism is working against the African people by using the abstraction of negotiations to force the very people who have killed them to negotiate with them. Brother James Early also discussed the harms of sanctions on everyday people, whereas Brother Defta discussed militarism through AFRICOM. We also discussed the third question: what is the role of imperialists and compradors like Kagame and Museveni, who have an interest in enforcing the systems most beneficial to countries like the US? And we always came back to talking about how do we counter that. So last but not least, we asked what is the alternative? That was the whole setup also of the last panel, was to go into what are the already existing alternatives and how we can build on top of them. So even before our last panel, which highlighted the reparations movement and the ongoing revolutionary process in Sudan, our speakers kept highlighting the importance of organizing, the importance of political education, the importance of clarifying our objectives, and the importance of arts and culture, especially in a space where corporate media has a homogenized representation of what is going on in Africa. How are the youth communicating political knowledge to us? So we look to the arts and culture coming from the youth to understand politics. So with that being said, that is a general overview of what we did today, and I will let my brothers take us through some of the panels. Thank you.
So I was part of the first panel that started off this morning, roughly 15 minutes late. That's why we're the time schedule, but it was particularly on militarism and historicizing U.S. foreign policy towards Africa. Like Brother Nessa Freeman with the Black Alliance, he's highlighted there are 53 out of 54 African countries where they have AFRICOM military operations. These operations are strategic partnerships for the U.S., not the African people, where the power is consolidated in the hands of the establishment and protected by the U.S. malign interests in Africa. U.S. imperialism has a decontextualized expression of states with leaders who don't represent the desires of African people and contribute to the proliferation of conflict, like what Maher just said, with Museveni and Kagame, Uganda, and Rwanda, and what they're doing in Congo. The U.S., with its military branch in Africa, the AFRICOM, is committing and permitting war crimes against African people, be it by turning a blind eye to the M23 support or the actual killing of Libyan civilians through its drone machine. They call it a mistake. The second largest country in the world is being abducted by the NATO expansion southward, and the U.S. is implanting its drone machine and troops across the country in what has been termed as a militarized accumulation. And for those who stand against this, obviously will face collective punishment, maximum pressure, which will only impoverish the working class and will not impact the common good. And so in our discussion, we essentially narrowed it down to 3 resolutions. And the first one is the complete shutdown of AFRICOM and the ending of all its military operations in the continent. And this goes without saying. No to NATO and its expansion southward and so-called its southern neighborhood. Second, we reject the presence of Israel and its representatives on any committee in the African Union, and we strive for a one-state solution. Third, we call for national sovereignty such that African countries should have the right. African countries should have the right and self-determination to engage and promote a multiple and a multipolar world order. A world without coercion, without foreign currencies, and without sanctions. And I'll pass this to the next panel summary, which will be presented by Mario on food, health, and climate.
Okay, thank you. Quickly, in terms of food, health, and climate, first we had to speak Julia Lynn Walker, and she focused on the issue of food sovereignty in the United States, but she also explored how climate have impacted intersectionality in terms of approach. She looked at air pollution and health, heat exposure, and she also spoke about heat islands, where this is our places in the US and in different parts of the Black community where there are no grocery store. Basically, there are no food within a 1 mile radius. And I've experienced this myself, living in Oakland and living in Baltimore, where you see certain neighborhoods when they do have places that they have food is usually junk food or fast food or food that are very unhealthy. So it put people into a bad position in terms of health and security, in terms of food sovereignty. And then we also had the speaker and like Professor Alidu from Rutgers University. She spoke about experiences looking at specifically Niger and West Africa in terms of how people are resisting in terms of using hip hop as a form of challenging marginalization. And she wasn't able to show the videos, but the videos that she had that she showed at the African Studies Association, she showed videos of people who, say for example in China, who are students and they have to face shutdown in Wuhan. They were using music as a form of informing other people across the country of what is happening in China, but also to how these issues that have to deal with COVID would affect them, you know, in the future and in terms of their beliefs and their goals. And then we had Imani, who spoke about illicit finances in as it relates to Africa, and she focused on you know, when we had a question about entrepreneurship. So she talked about how on one of the major points that I think she was trying to make in terms of resolution is looking at how companies that are able to, you know, able to enter the African continent, how they're able to mine and extract resources without providing taxes or even providing healthcare or financial service to the employees that are hired. And so she was in so many ways, I guess in so many ways saying that if these companies were able to pay taxes and these companies were operated more upright way, the people in this society would have access to greater work benefits and not be able to have to start of companies, private ventures that perhaps doesn't provide any social protection in terms of healthcare and those other resources. And in terms of what came out too, and also the other presentation is the issue of local and global, like where we see another presentation in terms of local, there's need to have the politics local in terms of need to have local improvement of certain things and having the local people decide what is the direction they need to go in and connecting internationally in terms of each of us maybe supporting each other by supporting the movements within the local groups that will know what exactly are the issues that they face and how they are able to engage those issues because they are more familiar with what's going on. But having international solidarity also helps them because there's also international solidarity in terms of oppression and exploitation. So these are so many ways of countering some of those movements. And so in terms of resolution, I'm calling for certain things within this group. You see the issue of strong need for food sovereignty, but you also see a strong need for local communities to have control of their own resources and being able to not be dominated by foreign. Would you summarize that?
So the following panel was on coercive diplomacy, particularly how the U.S. tries to coerce African nations to follow its interests and prevent any other orientation that African nations might have. So a question on how does coercive diplomacy work? Mark Mealy pointed us to an important analytical tool to understanding trade relations. That is understanding the quantity versus the quality of trade. The fact that a rise in quantity has not meant a shift in quality, allows us to understand the political and economic position of Africa that is expected and needed to maintain the imperialist chain of production. Oftentimes it's celebrated that the exportation rate is high and so much is flowing out of Africa, and this is good developmental trajectory for Africa. But what about the quality and the working conditions of the working class? That was what should be centered in these discussions. And then secondly, and when Africans resist and refuse the conditions that emerge from the subordinated integration and the international economic structure of neoliberalism and neoliberal globalization, or when Africans attempt to build relations with other countries that threaten unequal integration, they are forced not to just with brute force, but with the weaponization of international economics through sanctions, affecting political structures. And then brother and my also mentor, Horace Campbell, asked and showed us on why we should remain clear about our objectives and about conveying our objectives with each other. And I think the important intervention from this course of diplomacy from particularly one of the brothers was that the international relations are complex. Sometimes when we say that there are fascists in one corner of the world, that means we are excusing and justifying the brutal war that's happening in Ukraine. But then we as Pan-Africanists, we promote peace, but we also acknowledge that there are fascists in some corners, and there's also malign interests of some countries in that war. And that war has shown that there is an interest in the expanding of NATO into further away from what they have agreed on back in the late 40s, and also after 2004 when Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania joined. And now we have also Sweden and Finland trying to join, non-NATO members who actually destroyed Libya and contributed to its destruction. And so what this panel has called for is that for us as particularly youth, and the definition of youth was very big, so it's almost everybody in here, roughly people who are 60 and below, that we should be striving for understanding a complex relationship of international relations. The fact that somebody works for USA, despite how destructive it is to food production in Africa, we should still be in communication and trying to integrate it in our vision, as opposed to following with this cancel culture of like, oh, you do this, bye, we're not going to speak to you. So try to educate and have some accountability. And I think one of the quotes that I have written down on a piece of paper back on my seat, which I will misquote probably was, it's not about who do we elect, it's how do we make them accountable for what we elect them for. Because we can just elect and then be disengaged with this representative model of democracy, which is completely unrepresentational, but we should actually keep engaging with those who we elect and hold them accountable to the things that we elect. As a person who's never elected anybody, so, I think taking those bullet points of the complexity of international relations, and also understanding the ideology behind politics, and all politics is ideological, and there is no such thing as non-ideological politics. Such that like pragmatism and so forth, these are just, this is what US foreign policy is. It's one day they support terrorists, the next day they don't. They support somebody else. They did that with the Taliban back in the 70s. And if you read what they have done in Libya back in the 90s and then 2011, it is complex. And so we as Pan-Africans, we need to understand these movements in relationship, obviously, to imperialism. That is the financial system and how it mutates through military and coercive diplomacy.
Okay, so last but not least is the Pan-African Alternatives panel, which I'm not really going to summarize because we just had it, but I'm going to try and attempt to craft an easy way of coming up with the resolutions that like we discussed basically. So I'm going to, in politics, we have some agreements. In economy, we have some agreements. In most categories, we have some agreements, and in the social. So I'm by no means attempting to say politics and economy are separate, but just attempting to make this clear for us. So in politics, we said we view people's movements as political expression. In Sudan, in the DRC, in Mali, and other African countries, a lot is happening right now. We see the people's movements as political expression and as a practice of political knowledge. Second, we said we are against any attempts to undermine the autonomy of Black people and the sovereignty of their institutions. In this case, if it means the nation states to which we belong, and so be it. Third, we said we are building more towards regional integration and diplomacy. This means we want better relations amongst African countries. This means we are looking towards how Ethiopia and Kenya can help Sudan and vice versa. So in economy, we said we need more economic integration because as we have seen, whether it's through the European Union or the country that is the United States itself, economic integration means not only means a way to maintain our sovereignty, but it is also a means for transformation. Second, we need to center African lives over profit, which means investing more in food, investing more in healthcare, as opposed to any other forms of industrialization we discussed. Third, we support unions and we support workers. Workers and unions, particularly like the SPA, radical change that Walid just shared with us. Basically, workers' unions that are not co-opted and that maintain their support for the working class. Fourth, we should develop an organic form of development. In the matter that as we develop this organic form of development, we should also be looking to the East. We should also be looking to Asia, where countries have started different forms of organizing their economy that has not only been able to stop imperialism, but to really build an alternate model. So in both categories, reparations falls into it, whether it's economic or social. We seek reparations and we support all peoples who are seeking reparations. And we are calling for a collective call for reparations of all Black people and all people that have been harmed by colonialism, imperialism, and its vestiges. Last but not least, we talked about what we as a group and as a people want to do and should do. We talked about organizing that leads to transcontinental networks and global solidarity. We talked about the importance of grassroots organizing that better facilitate working through internal contradictions and also self-articulation. We also talked about the importance of political education. The need to understand why the US is a settler colonial state is also very important to understanding what's happening in Libya. So we said that will also help us in understanding what is happening in Africa. Also, Brother Maurice Carney also said, put pressure on the US government, pressure on the progressive caucuses and the Black caucuses. Last but not least, I do want to add, as an organization, we do stand in solidarity with all the oppressed peoples of Palestine and Yemen and Syria who are facing imperialism in many of its different forms. That being said, I will open this up to the audience, fill in any gaps we might have. Thank you.
I do want to make a special mention of it.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm originally from Ethiopia and I'm new to the conference, and that's why I was not able to comment. I was on and off. I couldn't smoothly follow the program here. So in Ethiopia specifically, right now, a lot of conflict here and there, war, especially the recent war in Ukraine has took, more than 300,000 people. I didn't hear much of this case, but the war in Ukraine took less than 12,000 lives. Within years in Ethiopia, it's more than 600 lives. So I didn't see much right here that I was going. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you so much for this whole day. It's just been very engaging and very inspirational. Thank you so much. Just a couple things. One of the things that I heard also today was about the equity with women. And I just think we don't want to forget about the women. And that particular issue that came up a few times, that's one. And then the second point has to do with the rest of the regions of the diaspora, not only the transatlantic and the Americas, but also the Pacific, and also thinking about Asia near to the Pacific. Oftentimes, Melanesian peoples in the Pacific get left out of the conversation, full stop. And they are more and more pushing, certainly in the work that I'm doing. I see the Pacific in renewed ways, I think are very important going forward. And then it seems to me we might want to be even more clear about specifically what do we want to tell the African leaders who are coming here next? I'm not clear, maybe I'm not understanding the process, I'm not on the inside of the conversation. But I'm really hoping, that's one reason why I was here today, is what are we going to tell them? What do we want them to know relative to the discussions of today? And then my last point has to do with faith. I work in the faith community, and not just Christians, but multi-faith, spirituality. And having just left the permanent forum of people of African descent in Geneva, I would say that was very strong. Reparations is taking place on the global level with the Vatican, and also in Protestant and Orthodox churches, which I'm engaged as well. So I would hate to leave that behind because that's very key in terms of reparatory justice, in terms of the ideologies and theologies that indoctrinated the whole engagement around colonialism. So just wanted to push those points as well. Thanks so much.
Thank you, and thanks to our sister at the back. That was really, I also hope that we can set the agenda. Well, probably not the agenda, but at least put something on the table for our leaders who are coming. Tell them, at least you achieve nothing at all, this 1, 2, 3 point. You should come out clearly and tell us how you have approached them or how you have discussed them. And related to that is a point that Prof. Campbell mentioned during the panel, which has to do with the bullying of Africans, as he called it, and related to the countering malign Russian interest. I guess we all here were surprised that that was tabled as something that the US wants to, and it clearly stated by the Biden administration as one of those steps, which is basically to say we are countering Russia in Africa. And the way they said it is like, this is how we want to do it. How does Africans want to do it? We don't know. We don't. It's not on the table. Clearly, our heads of state coming here should be able to tell us something about it. And especially, I'm glad that South Africa spoke up, also being a member of the G20. And so it's left with us to say, South Africa has set the tone. Let us follow it up. Say, no, we cannot be bullied into fighting your war on our terrain. So I think a clear position on that US approach to countering Russia on the should have a clear response.
Okay, thank you. So I can take the question on Ethiopia. Thank you to our audience member who posed the question. I think our chair for the Global Pan-African Movement did reflect on the fact that our speakers on Ethiopia did cancel last and weren't able to be here, but we do see it as a very important and pertinent topic on the continent right now. But generally, in terms of what is going on in Ethiopia, we did discuss the militarism in Ethiopia right now. And we discussed that we support peace. What we want is less militarism in the country. What we want is kind of a process of better relations with its neighbors for the country. And what we want is really an autonomous kind of negotiation amongst the different forces within the country. Because a lot can be said about how the US's role in supporting certain forces within the country has affected and deteriorated this war and elongated it more than it should have. And so I guess to answer your question, the question of Ethiopia is very important, not only symbolically because of what Ethiopia means to the Pan-African world, but because of its large population, it's the second largest country in Africa, and because of how it's really a means for us to understand militarism and what it means. What does it mean now for Ethiopia to find peace, right? How do we take a people's war and make sure we find healing in that process and we kind of work towards it? And how do we do that on our own terms? And so that is not lost in us, the importance of the country and the region. But we started off our conversation with Kenya, Congo, to kind of give context of all, and Sudan, context of what's happening in the region. And we hope that the question of the question on Ethiopia could be answered by a large call towards peace and towards different forces realizing what kind of the world has.
The history of Haiti, I think if there's one book that I've read in 2021 that I would read again and again and again, such that I actually bought a copy of, is Promoting Polyarchy by William Robinson. And in that book, he talks about the history of Haiti, and it's very, obviously, there's a lot of grudge by the French for what has happened in Haiti once, the rebellion against them. But in the 90s, the parliament voted for the increase of the minimum wage. And that resulted in imperialist onslaught of the US and the regime change, and making Haiti the sweatshop of the United States. Whenever there was a possibility for something revolutionary to happen in Haiti, they have offset that by more military presence, by United Nations missions that are meant to be protecting the population. And in fact, they're the ones who spread like cholera, malaria, and so many other diseases in Haiti when they committed horrendous crimes when they intervened back in the 90s. And right now, they're being asked again, by whom? I guess the comprador said that, right? It's not the people. The people are chanting and saying, no, we don't want US troops to come again. And then the friendly Justin Trudeau, he sent his Canadian troops as well to Haiti. And that's also another question of like, who decides what's happening to Africa and the Pan-African? And obviously that's not something that, yes, I mean, we might not have discussed it as a central thing here today, but it's not something that we have forgotten that what's happening. And it's important to the and particularly us as Pan-African. There on the question of
on the question of women, yes, that was definitely on my notes. I just skipped it while I was nervous. But yes, the question of women can be understood through many lenses. I think Sister Julia Lynn did such a great job at showing how at the end of it, these interconnected systems are really affecting the most vulnerable groups, which so happen to be women who are overburdened, right, by social pressures and social reproductive issues. And so I think Julia Lynn, I couldn't even say it better, but Julia Lynn did a good job at showing how how majority of the workers in Africa are precarious workers, right? And majority of precarious work tends to be farming. And then majority of farmers or precarious workers tend to be women. So the question is like, when we're talking about food, we're inherently talking about women. And when we're talking about women, we're inherently talking about food. And so I did not highlight that, but all of our conversations really are very cognizant of the fact that patriarchy is real, that different genders in Africa face different kinds of oppression. And so we are very much well-versed in the fact that an intersectional lens is taken when discussing any and all issues that we have brought up today. Thank you.
And I'd also like to add on Haiti too that the Haitian Revolution, which happened in 1791 to 1804, I think that the West have never forgiven Haiti for actually ending and rebelling against slavery and establishing the first first African Republic in the Western, first African Republic, but also ending slavery in the Western Hemisphere. And even in 1825, we have the experience of France coming back to Haiti with warships and forced Haiti to pay reparations for the people that they enslaved. The enslavers got reparations from Haiti, and they paid it for almost 120 years. But we also must remember too, in 2004, 200 years of Haiti's independence, the Haitian government was asking for reparations of that, what would be the equivalent of $20 billion back for what happened in the 1800s. And the United States, Canada, and France worked together, and they actually used military force, and they forced Aristide into the Central African Republic and basically put him in prison with a leader that they recently installed from France. And he was basically in prison in the Central African Republic, and talks of reparation completely ended with his imprisonment. So what happened 200 years ago the West has not forgotten that. And I think that you use Haiti as an example that when you take this part, this is the consequences of you freeing yourself. We have to show an example of Black people trying to free themselves, what the consequences are. And so I think that it's very important for us to include it in our discussion because Haiti was one of the first places in the modern era that actually defied the West, and they still sometimes have to pay the price for it. They need our continuous support.
So back to the reparations question, I think Mike had a quick sidebar on that side where we talked about that Libya is actually one of I think the only country that has received reparations from Colombia from it. If you have seen pictures of Mussolini when he was in Libya back in the 1930s, he went and brought the Bible and he said, "Bring me your most beautiful Libyan women, and I'm going to try to convert them to Christianity." Which was the right path. Roughly 80 years after that, Gaddafi did the same thing, went to Italy with the Quran, right? And this is a segue to the religion question. And then brought in Muslims and told them that I'm going to convert you to Islam. And in that conversation, it was a play of power, all symbolic. Some people say, oh, it was just like a role play. But what actually have led that afterwards to 20 billion euros direct investment, no string attached, that Italy had to pay to Libya for the colonization that took place. And that was also Libya doing its coercive internationalism by saying, we will not invest in your shrinking economy. We will not save your Fiat company, the car company. And it was still a coercion from Libya towards Italy in order for it to pay its reparation. So it's not that Italy had kind of a moment of, oh, we need to exonerate our sins. They have to be coerced to do such things with reparation. It cannot be lip service speeches and that's it. It has to be pushed for by whatever, again, all means necessary. On the religion question, I think something that is that the Europeans, upon their arrival, they have tried to do, and I think they successfully have done, the Balkanization of Africa based on religious lines and race lines. Obviously, with that term, sub-Sahara, that divides the north with the rest of the south of the Sahara, as we are allegedly Europeans somehow, and then the rest is Black Africans. But they also did on the religion part, where they tried to focus on east and north as Muslims, and then the rest as Christian. If one looks at Libya's history and the trade route from West Africa to Libya, one would see that wherever there were oases, there was an expansion of both coexisting religions, Christians and Muslims, and also pagans and other religions too. And that was a peaceful coexistence. When the colonialism took place, they tried to divide the continent on Christian lines and Muslim lines. And they tried to do that intentionally with the purpose of trying to make Northern Africa as Muslim as possible, and then the rest as not. And in Libya, when it had a war with Chad, and a very sad and unfortunate war, that it was really caused by this rift of Chad trying to do what has been happening in Eastern Ukraine for the past 7 years or so, with the marginalization of a community that follows a different religion. In the case of Chad, it was the Muslims who were being marginalized, and it was France and the United States were supporting them to actually cause a rift in the Chadian community and also make them divided so they're easier to colonize, and then they could move to Libya, and Libya have this, we have immigrants coming and so forth. So the religion is always being used. And now we go again, Islamic State, radical, I don't know what to call them, they're like the most horrible people that you can think about. And I'm saying that as a Muslim myself, a practicing Muslim, not other things, that they have contributed to the division in Africa. And that's thanks to, again, the intervention in 2011. When you inject Libya with 28 billion pieces of weapons, be it Grad missiles, AK-47s, you name it, with a population of 6.5 million only, the consequence is that money, those weapons would be transformed into weapon and trafficking into Central Africa. And then when you have sanctions on Libya, where the investments in agriculture in northern Mali, they get frozen, the northern Malian people don't work. And so where the first rebellion happened with so-called jihadis in the region, it was in northern Mali where the investments were frozen. So religion, and then those guys, they have weapons now that trickled down from Libya and Niger and Chad. And so they're using the religious line of like, we're saying that this is a holy war that we're doing. And so religion is being used, particularly by imperialists, to divide us. But if we look at the history, maybe from the 50s to the 80s, that was not an issue. Religion was not being used by the West in such a way to divide and balkanize Africa further. I'll stop there. We can talk about theology of liberation and so forth, but that's further.
Okay, so just to like wrap this up and have the last bullet points for what we are telling the leaders in Africa. First of all, we're telling them that the US does not have the interest of Africans at heart. And I really do want to emphasize what my comrade has been saying about this fragmentation and attempt to divide Africa. This is exemplified in the very document, the US Sub-Saharan Strategy for Africa. The document itself claims to go against the fake geographical divisions between North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa, but really the title of the document itself is reinforcing that a Sub-Saharan Africa exists and is apart from North Africa. So we are very clear that we stand together as Africans today, yesterday, tomorrow, and forever. With that being said, this Sudanese peace deal is also another thing as Africans we should be considering as another way that we see that the US does not have the interests of African people at heart. With that being said, last bullet points from Mario.
Okay, I mean, I'll start to add some of the details that came out from some of the presentation, and please let me know also if we forget some. We're interested in African leaders also supporting reparations, also supporting local. We are also asking for further and deeper local engagement with their communities. We are asking African leaders to stop and work on more on the illicit financial transfer that is happening. We are asking African leaders to support food sovereignty. We want them to be nuanced about the different paths that they could take in terms of improving their place and not necessarily siding with the West or siding with Russia, but knowing the nuance of what is happening in the globe and our continent. We are also interested in it, not the dismantling of NATO, but at least stop its expansion. And of course, support the people of Libya, all African people. Some of the things that we highlighted. Are there anything else?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
My job is very quick, very easy, and it's simply to say thank you. Thank you definitely to Dr. Krista Johnson. Would you imagine, we thought about this a month ago. We began to work like 3 weeks ago, but 2 weeks ago, Dr. Johnson said, well, perhaps, and she made it happen. She really made it happen, and we're totally appreciative. Thank you also to those of you who were able to attend today, both in person and online. Throughout the day, people had different responsibilities. They came when you could, participated, and it was your participation that really made this what it is. Because we can sit and we can talk to ourselves and have our discussions, but it's getting the feedback from you that really helps to strengthen this process. So again, thank you very much. But also, thank you to the members of the Global Pan-African Movement for doing what needed to be done to get it done. But also, I really want to conclude. Let me just say that the question in terms of the distribution, we really insisted on getting the recommendations because we will make every effort to get them to the heads of state who are present next week, get them to their delegations, to get them to the civil society groups that are available, as well as the other groups that are taking part in various activities, and continue to distribute it because it's not just a once-off. It's not just about this next week, but also to continue to promote it through various activities. I encourage you to check our website. Some of the issues were brought up today. The brother talked about Ethiopia. We did a study session on Ethiopia earlier. The information is online. Krista, please put the Pan-African.org up. So please check our website for a number of position papers, tapes of study sessions, tapes of other things that we've done, etc. And then if you are interested in being involved in other activities going forward, again, contact us, fill it out. We have your information. You'll hear from us soon in terms of other things that we're doing. Okay, did I cover everything? Okay.
Give me the website.
www.panafrican.org, panafricancongress.org. Okay. I asked these three to stay here because when I was just listening and observing, it occurred to me that this is our future.
Hey.
The intersectionality of these three is so many dynamics, in so many ways. But, you know, regardless of who they are and how they're packaged and what they're involved in, the consistency among them is the passion. The passion and the clarity of intellect and the willingness and the commitment to apply it, come what may. So this to me, this is our future. So we will nurture you. We will be after you. You the whole rest of the house and let us know we don't get it right, okay? You know, this is, anyway, there's food left. How about the ceremony for tonight, for tomorrow, take something home, please. Take some food, because there's nothing we can't do. We didn't, please take some food home. All right? Take care. Thank you very much for coming, and we look to see you next time.
Thank you.